what's going on? Okay, I think there's a problem with my camera, so let me try to fix the problem. Right. Yeah. I think the problem is solved. Um, let's like the live before we even start. Thank you all guys for joining. Whatever you imagine reality to be, try to imagine it as something much stranger than you ever thought it was. All right, try to imagine it as something much stranger than you thought it was. Because one of the biggest mistakes that people make is that, like when they're trying to like understand reality, they believe that it must be something that will make sense to them, right? Like that's a big mistake. Welcome, Graindon. Whatever you imagine reality to be, try to imagine it to be something far stranger than we ever thought it was. Because it cannot be something that you think it is. That's something that you must realize. You see, the human brain wasn't programmed to see reality for what it is. That's not how the human brain was programmed. That's the thing. So when you are discussing reality with most people, they'll just tell you what they see. Like, oh, this is what I see. So this is what makes sense. No. Reality cannot be what you think it is. So you need to imagine it to be something stranger than you ever thought it was. That's when you'll get closer to understanding the truth. You see? Imagine being in a dream and just thinking that everything that you see is real. Someone tries to explain to you that no. Actually, like it is a dream, like everything is just a projection of your mind. Like, no. It is real because you are real. I can see that you are real. I can see that that car is real. So it is real. You're crazy for thinking that it's just easy. You were programmed to not understand reality. So you cannot think like a human when you're trying to understand reality because you weren't programmed to understand it. You see, if you were programmed to understand it, you would have understood reality a long time ago. Like we wouldn't even be asking ourselves what reality is. We wouldn't even be having this this discussion because we would have found the answers thinking like humans. But we're not supposed to think like humans if we want to truly understand reality. Doubt, heck no, it's not real. Yeah, man, like we need to be so open minded when trying to understand what reality is, right? You need to be so damn open minded that, yeah, I think now you can see me. Yeah, we need to be so open minded when trying to understand what reality is because we are being deceived. You have to understand that you have been deceived all along, right? Like you weren't like given truth like that. Like this is truth. You weren't meant to see reality as it really is. No. You're supposed to be deceived. Not the same way that you are, you know, being deceived in your dreams, right? The same way that you are unable to see when you're dreaming that you are dreaming. That's deception. So to think you're not being deceived in this reality and you just say no, nah, it's all real. It's exactly as it seems. And when people say it's not, you're like, no, you gotta be crazy. No. Try to imagine reality being something stranger than you ever thought it was. Rich guy rich, thanks for the super thanks. It says stop complaining about reality, get rich as possible, have fun, and leave it until you die. Complaining about it just makes it worse. Um, Another problem that I've realized with most people is that they don't understand the complexity of the problem that they're facing, like the problem of existence itself, right? That is why someone would just be like, okay, stop, stop worrying about what this might be. Just do what everyone else is doing, or just try to make money, just try to be successful. You are really in a world that you don't understand, like for real. That's it's not a joke. You are really in a world that you don't understand. uh no one came to you and explained to you what this is. Like, you don't have the answers, and you just want to like do what everyone else is doing, even though you know that most people who are doing what you are saying people should do are not even like happy. We've seen a lot of people who have money, complaining about not being happy, talking about you know uh, going to see therapists, talking about taking uh, medication because they just not well. So making money isn't really the answer. The answer is really understanding reality for what it is. Like, you truly getting it, truly understanding what reality is. That's the answer. There's not an answer that will actually like help you more than understanding what reality is. Like, once you truly understand what reality is, that's it. You're good. It's knowledge that's going to set you free. It's you knowing, not even like you speculating or you just philosophizing. It's actually you knowing what reality is that's truly going to set you free. But to know what reality is, you have to give up your way of thinking, like the way that you've been programmed to view reality. Right? You're attached to viewing reality the way that you have been programmed to view it. Right? You're so damn attached that when someone tells you that it is not what you think it is, automatically your mind wants to kind of like diagnose them, with some mental illness. Like, no, 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 you have a mental illness for thinking like that. Of course, to understand reality, you must be crazy. You mustn't be normal, because y- normal is how you have been trapped here in the first place. Like, you being normal, that's what's keeping you here. So you have to be a little bit, you have to be like insane. You have to actually think in a way that's gonna make people be like, what's going on? That's how you get closer to understanding reality. Then this dream is very long and weird. You know what I've realized today? I remember I told you guys this, that usually when I'm about to fall asleep, I get woken up by like a sound of something. Sometimes it's a sound of like something falling. I wake up and be like, "What fell down?" Like, nothing fell down, but I could like hear. You like you're about to fall asleep, and then you hear the sound of something falling, and then you wake up. Like, what's going on? Or you hear the sound of like something that sounds like an animal, you know, and then you wake up. Like, that happens to me every day. Like, it used to happen like maybe once a week, but now it happens to me like every time when I try to fall asleep. There's something that keeps on waking me up. And I realized something today, because when that thing woke me up, I was about to reach this state where I'll vibrate, right? Like, I would vibrate, like my body will start to vibrate. And I think that's what happens when you're about to have like an out of body experience. So I think that is happening to prevent me from, having an out of body experience. So I'm supposed to like wake up and just, not like it's happening to distract me. Like, there are a lot of weird things that are going on in this world. We mustn't be trying to explain reality the way that we've been programmed to explain reality. We must always looking for deeper answers, like what is really going on, what is reality. Because obviously something is going on. Obviously something strange is going on. Obviously we're not supposed to know what is going on. If we're supposed to know what's going on, we wouldn't even be asking questions. We'll just know. We'll have all the answers. So obviously something doesn't want us to know what is going on. You know, obviously something is working very hard to make sure that we never get to understand what is going on. You know, something is working very hard to, you know, keep us distracted enough to not ask the right questions. So people don't ever realize that now something is just off about this reality. Like they never get to realize that. Robert Enlid, you said once, be bad. I am bad now with you. Hello, mother. Did I say that? Be bad. What was the context? They said reality called love. Ellen Drake for these realities. Cook. Lend me a tenner. Great to catch you live. I appreciate all your words on our reality. I have similar thoughts and very happy to see others speaking up. No, thanks, man. So we need to be as open-minded as possible. You know, some people believe that scientists are going to help us understand reality. You don't realize that they're going to be using the tools that they have found here in this realm to try to understand reality. Like they will be using the tools that they have found in this. That's like being in a dream and using science to figure out where you are. Do you really think that you can use science to figure out if you are in a dream? No, you can never use science. You know what you can use? Your mind. Your mind, that's what's powerful. Not science. Like no one can use science to prove that this is an illusion. You know, you can talk about the double slit experiment, you can talk about anything, but no, you can't really use science. You gotta think, you know, think like you've never concluded what reality was before. No, think like a baby. Think like this is your first time on earth. Like this is your first time. Like you try to figure out what is really going on. You need to be as honest as possible about what you know and what you do not know. You'll start to see that reality is not as real as you thought it was. You know, like the more you think, the more you realize that it's not really what it seems. But yeah, it's supposed to seem real. And the more you take it seriously, the more it seems real. Just like when you're dreaming, you see, the more you take your dream seriously, the more it seems real. Ever been in this state where you're about to fall asleep and then you remember something that has traumatized you and you wake up? Yeah, you're about to fall asleep, but then you remember something that traumatized you and then you wake up. The things that you know we give most any like a lot of energy to, these are the things that actually keep us like that keep us in this reality, that make it hard for us to detach ourselves enough to actually see what is actually going on, right? Like the problems that we have, the problems that we stress about, the problems that keep us awake at night, this that's what's actually being used to make us take this so damn seriously that we are unable to detach ourselves enough to see reality for what it is. You see, until you detach yourself, you're never really going to see reality for what it is. Like when you're too attached, you never see it for what it is. That is why people who do the dumbest shit in this world are usually people who get too like who feel too much. Like if you're too angry, you can make mistakes, right? You stop seeing things as they are. You stop seeing the bigger picture. Like what you are facing becomes like it's like the it's like what's happening is so damn real that it should be the only thing that you focus on, and you can find yourself doing stupid things because you are taking it too damn seriously. The best way to live this life is to not take it too seriously because it's not even real. That is why I keep on making videos about solipsism. Some people be like, that's so solipsism stupid. I keep on making videos about detachment. Some people be like, no, you can't detach yourself. I make videos about live. Like recently, I've made a video about how important it is to actually live in the moment. You quiet your mind, only focus on like what's going on. Like right now, I'm on a life. This is what I gotta focus on. I ain't gotta be focusing on what happened during the day. This person say this person say that. That makes it hard for people to actually be in a state of consciousness where they are able to detach themselves. You see, like whatever thought comes into your mind that is coming into your mind to distract you, boom, it wins. Can you imagine? You are just chilling. You're good. You're not sad. You're not angry. You're cool. And then boom, a thought comes about something that has happened in your childhood, and now you start to stress. You stress. You stress. You stress. What happened in your childhood is not happening again, but then you start to stress. Now, I'm also guilty of this, and I've realized that I needed to let go of attachment, like trying to resolve things that I cannot solve anymore, right? That I must let go. I must be like, okay, that has happened. This is what's happening now. This is what I gotta focus on now. That is how you detach yourself. You see, notice. Oh, I want to give you this example. So, like, if you break up with someone, no longer in a relationship with that person, you're not ever going to move on. You're not ever going to be able to detach yourself from them if you keep on checking what they're doing, if you keep on trying to communicate with them. That's not how you move on. You move on by focusing on other things. Stop thinking too much about them. That's how you move on, and you will move on if you try to focus on other things. So when we think a lot about these things that are hurting us, these things that are stressing us, we release a lot of energy, and that makes these things more real, right? It seems like this matrix, it feeds us more of what we seem to be concerned about. It's like, oh, that's what you take seriously. Oh, your traumas, that's what you take seriously. Fine. You're going to keep on thinking about that. And you're going to keep on experiencing things that are going to remind you of your traumas so that you will take this reality seriously. Like that's what it's about. It's about you taking this seriously. It's not about you waking up and being like, okay, it was not real. It was all a lie. I just believed that it was real because, well, what was I supposed to think? I mean, you just found yourself here as a human, and you saw other people, saw the moon, the stars, and all that, and you're like, oh, it's real, because, well, that's what you're supposed to think. But as you become more and more conscious, it starts to occur to you that, wait, what if this is an illusion? And that's how you must think as a human. What if this is an illusion? Like, you know you can't be too sure that this is not an illusion. That's a very big mistake that you can make. And that's the mistake that you make every time when you're dreaming. That's the mistake that you make every time, like, if you've done psychedelics. There's the same mistake that you make when you're having a psychedelic experience. There's the same mistake that people who suffer maybe from schizophrenia make, right? Like, oh, what I'm experiencing is real. What I'm experiencing is real. The said reality called life. Getting rich doesn't change the fact that reality is bad. That's just blind optimism. It doesn't. And it makes you more and more attached. You see? The more money you make, the more attached you become. Like, you become so damn attached to this realm that it's going to be hard for you to pull away, because you're going to have like businesses that you're running, like you're going to have a lot of things that are going on in your life, so it's going to be much harder for you to detach yourself. If you try to detach yourself, and you try to live in the moment, you're going to be thinking about your business, like, damn, like, what's going on with that business? What if this happened? What if, you know what I mean? You're going to have a lot of problems. But if you detach yourself, and you learn to live in the moment, and you take your power back, you don't allow things like to affect you deeply, you actually start to feel like you kind of escaping this. And I don't know if you guys ever experienced this. Like, have you ever been in this state where you are not thinking? Like, you're not really thinking. I mean, you can never not think, but I mean, normally, like, I'm always thinking about like different things at the same time, right? But there's sometimes I do find myself in this state where I'm just not like really thinking. I'm not even like listening to my voice. It's like I'm not thinking. It almost feels like you you almost feel high, right? You almost feel like you you, you feel like you are less heavier than you normally are. Have you ever felt like that? Like normally you are heavy, but then when you are in that state, you feel like you're not heavy at all. It almost feels like you're gonna like float. Like you've actually dropped some weight. Like you were holding something heavy and you dropped it. I think that's what we must all strive for. We must all try to be in this state where we are unbothered because we are thinking less about the things that are stressing us up. We're thinking a lot of less about the things that are making us more attached to this, right? So it's not just the things that are stressing you, but also the things that are making you more attached. Because there are things that like once you start thinking about them, you can't stop thinking about them because you're taking them too damn seriously. You gotta be you gotta be detached from these things. If you fail to be detached from these things, I believe that even after we this experience is over, you will find yourself back here because you kind of like attached to these things of this world. We have to acknowledge the truth. The truth is that this sucks. Let's not keep on lying to ourselves, all right? Like it doesn't help us. This is not about being negative. This is truth. We can see that this ain't it. This is not the kind of reality that if we were asked, like let's just say they wanted to create a new simulation and say, what kind of world do you want to live in? I don't think humans, like a lot of humans would say they want to live in a world like this. No, we would want to live in a world that is actually better than this. In a world where there's equality, in a world where people are not forced to do things to forced to be a certain way, in a world where there's no wars, in a world where people don't have to work shitty jobs just to survive. Like we don't want this. You know that people don't want this. It's just that they don't have a choice. What choice do you have? You like, I'm here. I gotta survive because if I don't, I'll still suffer. Is it? So you don't have a choice. You have to choose your pain. Like, okay, if I do nothing, I'm gonna starve. That's fucked up. Okay, if I work a shitty job, I'm gonna suffer and probably lose my soul in the process. But what can I do? Is it? You just end up having to just choose your own pain because there's just no way to like really really free yourself. So no one really wants this. We want a better reality. We're just scared because we don't know anything, right? So we're scared. We're like, What can we do?" We're even scared to have like serious conversations about reality. you know we're too damn scared that we demonize people who are open-minded enough to try to understand reality. We try to make it seem as if they are evil. Rich guy rich, what's the point of complaining about it? How is that making your life any better? Getting rich ceases suffering, so that should be your goal. um what's the point of anything at all, right? Like, what's the point of anything at all? What's the point of chasing money? What's the point of going to school? What's the point of talking? If there's something that is important that you can do in a reality that you don't understand, is to understand it. Like, that's actually the best thing that you can do, right? If you're in a reality that you don't understand, the first thing that you must try to do is to understand it. Why? So that you will know exactly what you need to do after understanding it. So yes, understanding what is really going on is a process, but you can see that you are becoming more conscious the more you ask the right questions. You see, like when you ask the right questions, the right answers will come. When you ask the wrong questions or you just do your thing or whatever, like you never get to like really grow. You see, you never get to grow. So really, there isn't a point to doing anything at all, but I would say that it will actually make more sense to try to figure out what is actually going on than to just do what the human animal has been programmed to do, because the things that we've been programmed to do are really keeping us attached to this, and keeping us stuck, and believing in this reality, you see. The child, a great light, Benedictine, and everyone. A great night. Cry fears, bro. Your comment sections are always the best, full of wonderful jokes about this prison realm. It brightens my day. No, thanks. Then thanks for joining the live. Thanks for joining the live. Miroslav, there are two possible solutions: instant way out, or hope that there is some inherent sense in our experience and existence. It seems like never-ending prison. That is true. I think it will be best to try to detach ourselves from a lot of things first before this is all over, right? I think it will be best to detach ourselves from a lot of things. Like, it shouldn't be about, like, life shouldn't be about escaping suffering by becoming more attached to things. Like, okay, I'm suffering now because I don't have this and I don't have that, and I must strive to have these things, and that's when I'm going to feel better. No, that's a trap. You never get to feel better. What's going to happen is that you'll feel better for a while. It's like if you're addicted to getting high, you smoke, you get high, feel better, and then feel sad again, feel bored again. You're like, I gotta get high. It'll even get to a point where you're like, you know what? I'm tired of weed. Now I gotta try something else. I'm tired of this. Now I gotta try something. You know what I mean? That's the trap that we are in as humanity. We're addicted to getting high, basically. Because when we get the things that we want, we feel better for a while, and then we're like, okay, let me get more, as if there's meaning in that. But obviously, there's no meaning in that. Let me get more, let me get more, let me get more. It gets to a point where you lose your soul completely. Like, it's like it's gonna be so damn hard for you to kind of like pull back, and actually become, what you once were. You get lost in this illusion, because the more you'd have to like keep on working to get the things that you want, the more you have to take it seriously, because it's not going to be easy for you to just get to work on getting the things that you want without taking this too seriously. So you become more and more attached, that you lose your soul in the process, and it's going to be hard for you to detach yourself, and be able to like really really understand reality. There are a lot of people that I know that used to question things, but who started like, you know chasing material things. Now when I have conversation with these people, I do sense that something is missing, right? Like, there was something that used to be there, but it's gone. You're like, what's going on? What have they done to you? Because you were not like this, bro. You were not like this. It's like, I mean, you were more conscious than you are now, like 5 years ago. What happened? It's like this matrix, it was designed to make us uh, less conscious, right? The more distracted we are, the less conscious we become. Like, the more distracted we are, the less conscious we become. So we need to be smart. We need to figure out what kind of game is being played here. The child one is comprehension. No one can give a being comprehension, for one is primary. It's first. Yeah, that I agree, that makes sense, Jeff. Yeah, so woke. Yeah, guys, get rich, healthy, good looking, enjoy. uh Dot, thanks for the super thanks, and thanks for the super thanks. MZ Mia, how is it that we can dream up a face we've never seen? Now, that's a very very good question. And I wouldn't say that we dream up uh, faces that we've never seen before. It's most likely that consciousness have like seen these faces before, but maybe not in this reality, right? So you dream up of something that you have seen in other realities that you might have experienced. So it might not have created a new face from the spot, but also realize that you do imagine new faces yourself. Like if I told you right now to imagine a face that you've never seen, you will be able to imagine a face that you've never seen, right? If I told you to imagine an animal that you've never seen, you will be able to imagine an animal that you've never seen. So that also might have to do with it. Like you dream up something that you dream up something that you've never seen, or that you don't remember seeing. I've had dreams where I will have an experience that I've had when I was young, but that I never thought about since. You know what I mean? Like something happens to you when you're 10, and you don't think about it until you dream about it when you're 30, and you're like, damn, like I totally forgot that that happened to me, but I had a dream that actually reminded me that that happened to me, right? Like you have a dream about what has happened to you when you're young, and then you just remember, you know. So it's crazy how consciousness works, but us being able to dream should tell us something. Like there is truth in dream. Like a lot of people take their dreams for granted. Like, dude, when you sleep, you go to a place that seem to be like this place, and you just take that for granted. You close your eyes, you find yourself in a place that seem to be like this place, and you believe that what is happening is real. You take what is happening seriously until you wake up, and you take that for granted. Like, oh, it's just a dream, it's happening in my brain. But even in your dream, you do have a brain, don't you? Even in your dreams, you do have a brain. So what is that brain doing? Ask yourself that question. What is your brain? What is a brain doing in your dream? The more attention you pay to this, the more you realize that all of this is an illusion, right? It's like you are supposed to try to explain reality in a way that keeps you stuck here, right? Like when you're dreaming and you believe that um, everything is happening in your brain. I mean, okay, let's you are in a dream and you have a brain, and you're like, okay, yeah, I'm actually able to have this experience because I have a brain. If I didn't have a brain, I wouldn't be able to have this experience. Is it? You're being fooled, and you know you believe you're buying it. Like you believe that now, yeah, I could never be able to have an experience without a brain. Copa say this reality ain't that bad yet. So you think it's becoming well? Thanks again, rich guy. Um, thanks for another super thanks. Peaks and valleys. What's up, bro? Thanks for joining the live. Dot says, oh yes, women, money, and drugs will make me happy. Like, what I've realized in the end, nothing really, really makes us happy. It's just that some things are very hard to get in this reality. Like having a lot of money is not that easy. So you have you've convinced yourself that if you made a lot of money, you'll be happy. But like because you've never had it, you've never had money. So you're like, yeah, I'll be happy, I'll be happy. I mean, maybe the quality of your life will definitely improve, but after some time, after you've gotten used to the money that you have, you kind of like feel the way that you've always felt, unless you were really in a bad situation. Because yes, some people are really in a bad situation, right? Like you live with toxic people. Like you, maybe your family is toxic and you don't have money, so you can't go and live somewhere else. Like, of course, having some money, that's gonna help you. You know, you don't have food. You know, of course, having some money, that's gonna help. But if already you do have the things that you want, and you just like, yo, I just want to be rich, that's really not gonna make you like happy. You know what I mean? Like, that will keep you distracted, but it's not something that's really gonna make you happy. That's gonna make this whole thing, worth it. That's gonna make you feel like you really want to come back. Like, once you truly become conscious, you realize that there's nothing that will actually make you want to come back into this realm. Like, you just realize that you everything is just here to just keep you distracted than to help you, you know, evolve and have a great experience. You can't make it better because it is not bad. It is just absolutely hostile towards sentient being. A lot of people have been programmed to think that they can make life better here. Like, no, this is it. This is how things are. You can try to do what you want to do, but things weren't programmed to be better. We are constantly supposed to struggle the way that we have always struggled. No matter how we improve technologically, we will still be struggling the way that we have struggled. Like, it's just how the realm is. That is why I'm saying you gotta work on detaching yourself from the things of this realm. You gotta realize that the things that are happening in this realm that are keeping you attached to it, these things ain't really good. You're just attached to these things because something wants you to be so damn attached, and so that you never ever feel like this remain ain't it. Like, the more attached you are, the more you think that this reality actually makes sense, right? Like, this is reality and it makes sense and it's all there is. Carrie, what's up, Benedictine? Oh, welcome. Flesh, pleasure exists for effect, but it doesn't last nor give you real happiness. So this realm isn't real. It's just a loop of belief. Trauma is also a pleasure in a way because it becomes comfortable. How does trauma becomes comfortable? The way people try to be highly optimistic about life is dangerous, knowing how inherently bad it is for the majority of people. That it's really scary. It's really scary that we have accepted this world. Like, that's really scary. It's really scary that as humanity, we don't at least decide that we should at least have like one day in a month where we try to figure out what this is. Like, we're too damn comfortable. We don't have like this one day in a month where people are having real discussions about what this is. You you go online, everyone is talking about what might actually be going on. But the TikTok algorithms only show you videos of people, theorizing about what might actually be going on. YouTubers are live talking about what might really be going on. You know, you switch on the TV news channels. Everyone is trying to talk about what might really be going on. We cannot pretend as if this is making sense. We cannot pretend as if the people are really enjoying this. People are kind of like treated like prisoners. People don't really, you know what I mean? They're not really excited about this. They're not really like, if you go on TikTok and you scroll and you find a video of someone saying something like, "Yo, I'm really tired, guys. I'm really tired." If you come across a video of someone saying that and you check the comments, you see how tired people are. If you come across a video on TikTok of someone saying something like, "Hey, if it wasn't for my kids, I wouldn't be," you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't. When you check the comments, you'll be surprised. It's just that people can't walk around telling you that they're tired. You know, they can't walk around screaming. They can't walk around complaining. They don't know what to do. You know, that are burdened with existence, and they just don't know what to do. You know, they weren't even taught how to express themselves. I've realized that most people can't even express themselves. Like really, like one of the biggest reasons why some people do not want to say anything about what's going on is because they can't really express themselves. Like they can see that something is wrong, but they're like, what can I do? What can I even say? Is it? Does anyone have here believe in Lush? Humans' negative emotions being harvested for energy by higher beings. Yeah, I'm always talking about that. You know, the more we focus on the things that are hurting us, you know, the more this, you know, the more we feed this matrix, the more we feed this reality. You know, there's a reason why there's so much suffering in the world, and there hasn't been anything that we're able to do to change that. And we can see that there's nothing that we'll be able to do to change that. The people who in power ain't even interested in changing that. Is it like just the fact that the people who are in power don't even care about like making things better for the average person tells you something. You know, because there's some people in this world who are so damn rich that they're set for life. You know, their children are set for life. They don't really like this. They like there isn't any way to go from where they are. They're good. They could be helping others, but they don't give a shit. You see, they could be putting other people on, but they don't give a shit. They are obsessed with making more and more money, more and more money. That should actually tell you something. The way this has been set up so that we will suffer, and the more we suffer, the more attached we become. You see, the more you want something and you don't get it, the more you want it. You know, than if everything was like easy. So in this world, it's supposed to be hard for us to get what we want. It's supposed to be hard for us to live in peace. You know, so that we will value, you know, like we'll value what we're not getting, so that we'll become more and more attached. You know, you know, we're gonna become more obsessed with trying to like fix the problems that are making it hard for us to, you know, experience life the way that we want to experience it, and that's what's keeping us attached. You know, reality is so messed up that really the most logical thing to do is to detach yourself from it. You know, like that's what's gonna make you sane. Let me check if the mic is still working, because rich guy, thanks for another super thanks. Develop a purpose in life. Go for your dreams. As humans, we are meant to have a purpose to give our life meaning. Dwelling on how negative this reality is will only lead to more depression. Another thing that I've realized, and this is something that's very, very important to understand, human beings are not operating at the same level of awareness, right? I want to give you this simple example. There's this celebrity in South Africa. His name is Tsekelege. He's this like he's this guy, like he's funny, like he's you know he's kind of like overweight, right? And people love him because of that. Like he's people are following him, and they love him so much. Like I can't even explain. But here's the thing: there are people who will be like, okay, I don't see what the hype is about, right? Like there will be people who will feel like that. Like we're not really like, let me put it this way, like we're not entertained by the same things. So yes, someone might see guys like Zekeleke and just love the fact that he dances and all that, and just be entertained by that, and they'll be talking about that. And there'll be some people who will be entertained by something else because we're not really operating at the same level of consciousness. There's some people who are interested in philosophy. Like when they go online, they are searching for topics that are related to philosophy. They are trying to understand reality. But there's some people who just want to watch people dancing, right? There's some people who just want to follow social media influencers. They want to see how they live their lives, what kind of shoes they're wearing, where they're going, who they're dating. So some people who are happy in this reality, they feel like those who are interested in philosophy, those who are trying to understand reality, they're doing something wrong. They must be like them. Be like, okay, love what I love. Love what I love, and you'll be alright. But it's we're not operating at the same level of consciousness. Some people are just fed up and they're trying to understand reality better. Some people are not even fed up, they're just trying to understand reality better. Like that's what stimulates their minds, it's asking the right questions. It's not them watching someone dancing on TV. It's not them watching a soapy. It's not them watching TV series, watching movies. There are people who don't even watch movies anymore. There are people who don't even know what's going on in sports. They don't. They're not interested in that. We're not operating at the same level of consciousness. We must understand that. So you shouldn't be telling someone to do what you do because that's what's making you feel better. Because some people don't want to do that, and even if they did that, and even if they were successful at doing that, it wouldn't really make them feel better. You might find that what they are doing actually makes them feel better than they would feel if they were doing what you're doing. So this is what a lot of people are not getting. Like, no, just do what I'm doing, you'll be fine. Like, no, we're not the same. We're not operating at the same level of consciousness. Some people are really trying to understand reality because uh, that's what really stimulate their minds. Some people are not trying to understand reality. Some people just want to live their lives, wake up in the morning, just do what everyone else is doing. So we must understand that we're not really the same. The said reality called life. I'm still working on reattaching myself from this reality, but I love with toxic people, but I have been telling my truth to my parents even though they don't agree. You mean reattaching yourself, or you mean detaching yourself? FDEX. The fact that we haven't asked for anything and are forced to suffer for nothing is a red flag at least. The fact that people suffer is a red flag because many people that I know who are suffering, they're not really gaining anything. It's not like they are learning something. It's not like they're becoming better people. You know, I mean, it will be better if you suffer and you become more conscious and start to ask the right questions. But most people who are suffering ain't becoming conscious at all. They're just suffering and they're not gaining anything. You can see that they're just suffering because that's how the realm is being set up. Like there's absolutely nothing that they're gaining from suffering. You know, some people will say suffering builds character, but you see that they're becoming worse actually. Like they would be better if they were not suffering. So suffering actually makes them worse. People tell you to be normal in an abnormal world. Make no sense. um we A lot of people don't realize that society itself is a cult, but we're told how we should be. They train you when you're young how to be, how to view life, how to think, how to feel. So if you're going to be different, they're gonna think that you're not normal because you're different. It doesn't matter if you are more right than everyone else. I want you to understand that. right? You could be more right than everyone else, but if you are outnumbered, you are the odd one out, right? You are the weird one. So of course they're gonna feel like you're not normal. That's how the human animal has been programmed. Once it starts feeding in, uh, and it sees some in another animal that doesn't fit in, it has to think that that animal, there's something wrong with it. That's why it doesn't fit in. But what a lot of people do not realize is that what we call society was actually created by those who are powerful, right? It wasn't even created by the people who are actually, having to like live in society every day. Like it was actually created by those who kind of like they're living outside of, you know, the rules that they've created for everyone else. Like they do their own thing, you know. These are the people who've been telling us how to live. These are the people who are making decisions for everyone. These are the people like when things happen, like when there's a pandemic, they're the ones who are saying, hey, everyone must be forced to do this, everyone must do this, everyone must do. These are the people who created what we call society. It's not like it's us, like normal, like ordinary humans who created this, but we 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 do what they have programmed us to do, and believing that it's normal, believing that it's how humans were supposed to be. But that's not how humans are supposed to be, because we're not even free. We've given our power away. We can't even we can't even like make a living without having to like do something for this matrix. Like it's very very hard. We have turned into prisoners. We don't even realize that humans programmed to be to follow orders, really, like to look at those who are above them and actually listen to what they are saying. That's how we've been programmed. And the people who are running shit in this world know that. That is why they're controlling us. Lend me a tenner. I feel sorry for the rich guy. I made money, lots of money. I live in the UK. I had about um, how much is that, man? Euro. It's 50 or 50, 55,000 or 55. Yeah, 55,000 euros. Mercedes Benz C63. I have a new house with no montage. It doesn't make me happy. Knowledge of who you are will. Now that's true, man. Like a lot of people, that the problem is that we have been programmed since we were little to want things, and we believe that we'll be happy after having these things that we want. Right? We're all competing for the same things, but in the end, because these things ain't supposed to make us happy, we're not gonna be. It's like this, man. It's like, you remember when you were a kid and you wanted some toys that other kids didn't have, and you thought once you get these toys you're gonna feel happy. Like those toys meant what Mercedes meant to lend me tenner, right? Like it meant like having these toys like meant what it will mean to you to buy like in the dopest car. But after playing with these toys for a while, you kind of like take them for granted. So it's not really being rich that's gonna make you happy. Yes, it is good to have enough money to, to be able to get the things that you want to actually live a comfortable life. Like it's not about being so damn rich that you're above everyone else. It's just about having enough to be able to live a comfortable life. Like, yeah, you have a place to sleep. Yes, you can afford food. You can afford clothes. That's basic human needs. But once you start like getting these things that other people do not have, thinking that that's going to make you happy, it isn't really going to make you happy. And I've noticed that a lot of people who become very successful, they want to show off. One of the biggest reasons why they want to show off is because they're not happy. So okay, you bought this dope car that no one has. What do you want to do? Do you just want to drive it? and just be happy because you're driving it, or you want to show off. You want people to see that you're driving that car. Because, well, driving it isn't enough. You're driving it, yes, but that doesn't make you happy. You get used to it. You're not gonna be driving it all the time anyway. So you want people to see you driving that car. You want to show off. You want to tell people that that's your car. Like you know what I mean? Like that's your car, because you don't feel happy. So what's gonna be making you happy at the time is new people finding out that you drive that car, right? Meeting new people and be like, yeah, that's my car. They have to see that that's your car. So that makes you happy for a while. And then again, tomorrow you meet new people and they see that that's your car and they look at you and be like, wow, that's what's gonna be making you happy. But that's here I be like, it's not like you're just gonna be happy just because you have that car. That's what a lot of people do not get. I gave you guys this example about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan suffered a lot when he was young. Like he really, he suffered. I remember he spoke about his childhood, and like 2 years back, I saw a video where his dad and his sister were saying that they want to meet him, they want to talk to him, but he doesn't want to talk to them anymore because of how much he suffered, like what he went through when he was growing up. So his dad was mad, and then his sister, and you could see from how they're talking that damn, like yeah, he might have been through hell. But yeah, he said that when he bought his like first apartment and he had what he wanted, he had a dope sofa, a good sound system, a good TV. He had this dope chick. You know, he realized that that's what he wanted in life. Like this is what I wanted, and he was happy for a while. But after a few months, he felt the way that he used to feel. You know, that's how we are as people. Your mind easily made things. You just you get used to these things. So that's you obtaining a lot of wealth, like, that isn't really gonna like make you happy or fulfilled. That's not how it works, right? That can keep you distracted, yes. You can show off, yes. You can get some cheeks, yes, but that won't be fulfilling. you know After some time you even feel more lonely than ever. Because let me tell you this, like if as a guy you made a lot of money and then all the women wanted you, it will get to a point where it will feel like jacking off, right? Like having sex will feel like jacking off. Like it's nothing anymore because it's not. You can't even have meaningful relationships if that's what you think is gonna make you happy. Like what's gonna make you feel better is you being so detached that you are not affected by the messed up shit that is happening. You are unaffected by most of the shit that is happening. That's actually gonna make you vibrate much higher, and you're gonna be much stronger. And that's you need to be strong to actually detach yourself from this reality, because it is nonsense. We must stop lying to ourselves about this reality. It is nonsense. Being more attached to it doesn't make you like this superhero that you believe yourself to be, because you're too attached to it and you're getting all these things that everyone wants. So you're like, yeah, I'm better. Like, no, it's you detaching yourself from it, that you don't feel you're not hurt by the things that used to hurt you. Dot. Oops, I forgot I was God experiencing itself again. Yeah, that's the easiest thing to forget. This world makes zero sense. FDEX, lend me a tenner. You are in London. Carry, my mind do create words and people in it in a dream, but to say everyone is made up in this waking world is too much of a leap. It is, but here's the thing though. Even in a dream, it'll feel that way, right? Think about it. If you were dreaming right now and I started talking about solipsism, wouldn't you feel this the way that you feel now? The problem is that you expect reality to not be strange, right? Like you expect reality to not be strange. You're buying what is being sold to you, basically. I remember I had a dream the other day. So I'm in a beach. I've never been to like a beach in this so-called reality, but yeah. And in that dream, I was in a beach with surrounded by people that I don't know, and I was telling them that, hey, we are in a dream. Like, this is a dream. All of them were telling me that it's not a dream. Like, no, no, it's not a dream. And I'll try to explain to them in different ways why we were in a dream. Like, no, no, we're not in a dream. Like, they'll even say you're crazy. You're crazy for thinking that this is a dream. It's like, no, 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 we are in a dream. I start to philosophize in so many different ways. And then I woke up. And I was like, damn, that's really crazy. But you want to know what's even more crazy? I didn't wake up into this world. I was still in a dream, thinking that I've woken into this world until I woke up again and I was like, nothing is real. Like, if it has never been more obvious to me, like now it's really obvious that nothing is real. I'll be back in a second. I'll be back in a second, guys. Right, I'm back. I'm back. I was just checking the mic because sometimes it disconnects itself. Flesh pleasure exists for a fact, but it doesn't. Oh, I think I saw this comment. Scary, yes, Benedict. I feel you. Tichawa, you are talking because you are primary witness and you are the only one that has your story. You are the only one thinking. Mm. One of the biggest questions that I used to ask myself when I started to realize that reality was not what it seems was, why are we so obsessed with the idea that this is real, like this is what it seems. Like, why are we so obsessed? Why is it that when someone says something that goes against what we believe about this reality, we not only do we not agree with them, we kind of like Like we shoot the messenger, right? Like we end up judging them. Like no one must say something that we're not allowed to think. I guess it's like there are some things as humans we're not even allowed to think. We're all supposed to think the same way. Ever realize that everything that is mainstream, like it seemed to not have, like there's something that is missing. Like it doesn't, like even like like, if there's a person that you've like watched, like when they started doing what they're doing and they went mainstream, you'd realize that in the beginning they used to have maybe so much soul, right? Like there was something about them that that was unique. But then once they reach, made the mainstream, they start to lose all of that. They just become like everyone else in the mainstream. Have you realized that? Like once you reach the mainstream, you can't talk the way that you used to talk. You can't think the way that you used to think. You just have to be like some everyone else. Like all these people in the mainstream, like seem the same, man. Like no, none of them are like really really saying something that will really, wake people up, that will really make people think. It's like there is something that they are not saying, something that you know that they should know but they're not saying. Thoughts on flat as renegade soul. mm, you know asking if the earth is flat or if it's round will be like being in a dream and asking, yeah, if the earth is flat or round, right? It's like it's not flat, it's not round until we know for sure what shape it is. Like it hasn't been decided if it's flat or if it's round. We have not seen enough evidence to be thinking it's round. We've not seen enough evidence to be thinking that it's flat. Some people can say, no, no, we have enough evidence that it's actually round. No, we don't. We don't have enough evidence actually. Um, it could be that some people were told that they should, you know tell us that we actually live in a globe for whatever reason, like to program us to think a certain way. Because if we believe that we live in a globe and we're seeing other planets, maybe we'll think, hey, yeah, life just evolved, and yeah, we just happen to be here by accident. But then if it was really flat, like imagine, let's say the earth was flat, right? Like we found out tomorrow that the earth was actually flat. How would you think? I'd be like, damn, it means something really, really put us here, right? Something created this and put us here, and it created this for us. Like this didn't happen randomly. We didn't just evolve random. Like this, we were placed here. That will change the way that we think. That will change the way that we view life. But what I would say to you is that things don't really exist until we see them, right? Like those planets that we don't know exist, they don't exist. It's only after we see them that they will actually start existing. So because we've never seen the shape of the earth, that it's not flat, it's not round. I think that's the best way to look at it. It's not flat, it's not round. Because if you want to listen to a flat earther, like a smart flat earther, they can, make you think twice about, what you thought about the earth. And if you listen to a round earther, well, they can also make you think flat earthers are stupid. So it's not round, it's not flat. It still has not been decided what shape it is. You know, We shouldn't look at this reality as if it's solid. And the reason why we shouldn't look at this reality as if it's solid is because uh, the only other realities that we've experienced, or what we call realities, because we experience it as if it's reality, the only other realities that we've experienced were solid, right? Like when you're having a psychedelic experience, it's not like you interact with these beings, that these physical beings, right? They are imaginary, these beings that you interact with. When you are hallucinating, you imagine things. When you are dreaming, you imagine things into existence. The only other life that you've experienced was in your dream, and you know that your dreams, in your dreams, you're not in a physical world. So it's logical to think that reality is not physical, because the only other reality that you've experienced was not physical. Like you've never actually experienced what you call reality that seemed to be physical. I mean, even if it seemed to be physical, but that was after you stopped experiencing life in that reality. It was proven to you that it was physical, right? Like after waking up from a dream, you know that okay, it was just a dream, right? It was not. I was not in a physical place. I was not in a material realm. Everything was a product of consciousness. So the only proof of creation of a world is in our dream, right? We've seen things that exist that were created by consciousness, that we totally believe that they were real and they were not created by consciousness. So the only proof that we have of creation is in our dreams. So the only time that we have seen something being exist that was created, we know beyond any reasonable doubt that it was created by consciousness. So it is more logical to also think that this was created by consciousness, right? It's logical to also think that this was created by consciousness. So we shouldn't think of this reality as something solid. We must think of it as something that was created by consciousness itself. 223 soldier. A world with no suffering, with just chilling with low gravity. I think if we stop suffering, like if we stop suffering, period. Like if sentient beings stop suffering, I think this whole matrix will collapse. Like it truly does rely on our suffering. Like it will collapse completely. It will collapse. It relies on our suffering because we take it seriously when we are suffering. That is when we release a lot of energy. Like I was giving you this example in the beginning, that let's say you're about to fall asleep and you think of something that traumatized you. You're not gonna fall asleep. That will wake you up, and it will seem more real. Like the things that seem more real are things that traumatizes, right? If I turn into a reptilian now, you probably faint. Like you take things seriously, things that are negative more seriously than you take things that are positive. But if something, if you saw something scary in your room, yeah, you'll be traumatized. Like, but if you saw something good, you will not you'll not be traumatized. You'll not give a lot of energy. So suffering make this experience real. If there was no suffering, this experience wouldn't, like, we would realize that it's not even real, right? So it's suffering that makes it real, and that's why we're suffering. But that doesn't mean that suffering is good, because this realm itself is just not good. I do believe that there are other ways we could have been able to have this kind of experience without like suffering, you know, just to believe that this is real. Like I do believe that we could have found other ways to have this experience and feel like it's real without really suffering. But yeah, the way that it was designed to feel more real when we are suffering. I mean, we've been designed to feel scared when certain things happen. Like you can't even program yourself to not be scared, you know. If you're scared of snakes, even if like if you're scared of snakes and they give you a snake and they say it doesn't even bite, you'll be scared. Even if you know that it doesn't bite, you'll be scared. If you're scared of lizards, you know lizards don't bite, but you'll be scared. If you're scared of spiders, even if they're not, they're not, like poisonous, but you'll be scared, right? We're supposed to have phobias. We're supposed to have fears. Um, we're easily hurt. We feel all these negative emotions, jealousy, anger, hatred. That tells you something. That's why I don't blame people for being jealous. I remember I was having this deep conversation with my mom the other day, and I was like, damn, my mom might actually be woke. So um, I was telling her that even if I become very successful in life, like I would never show off. And one of the biggest reasons why I wouldn't show off is because I know that humans are naturally jealous. Like some people will show off, and then when bad things happen, they start blaming people, right? Like you buy a new car and you start showing off, you post everywhere about your car and all that, and then something bad happens and you're like, ah, yeah, they're witches or they're jealous and all that. But you are purposefully trying to make other people jealous because you know they're jealous, right? Like people are jealous. I shouldn't try to make someone jealous because I know they're jealous. Not everyone loves me. So if I'm winning, I don't have to prove to people that I'm winning. You see, because not everyone loves me, and I know that the human animal is jealous, and that is completely natural. We were designed to be that way. It's not our fault. You see, it's just that some people can't even like they've gotten used to being jealous that it became a big part of who they are, right? It's not like this feeling that they just like, oh, just brush off. Like it became a big part of who they are. So now they find themselves hating people, because they're jealous of them. So my mom was like, yeah, I've never been like that. I've never been the type of person to show off because I understand that. I understand that you like human beings are jealous. I don't even talk about what goes on with my children. Like if something good happens to my child, like I'm not gonna tell anyone about it. Because some women where I live, they will tell everyone about what's going on in their children's life. Oh, like my child just got a promotion, this and that. Like, nah, you're purposely trying to make people jealous. Not everyone loves you, and if something bad happened, you're gonna end up accusing them of witchcraft. Because where I live, people believe in witchcraft. Let's keep on liking the life. Let's keep on liking the life. Thanks for the 48 likes. George US. One thing for sure, we live among other beings that look like us, but they are not of us. Mm. If you are to take everything that you see seriously, right? Like if you are to take everything that you're seeing seriously, if you are to take the story that you've been given, it actually does make sense to think that not every human being that you see is like you. Why would everyone be like you in this reality? Why wouldn't there be beings that are not even human, but that have found a way to disguise themselves? So you interact with them and they seem like they're human, but they're not even human at all. They know some things that you don't know that they're not telling you. If you've watched the Truman Show, we always talk about the Truman Show because that movie like tells you everything that you need to know, honestly. But yeah, if there were advanced beings that were able to do things that we cannot do, that were controlling us in so many different ways, why would they reveal themselves? They know that will cause a lot of confusion. If they reveal themselves, that will cause a lot of confusion. But we can see there are people who, have like who were able to create like technologies that actually that we can't even understand at all. You know, you can't understand why you can't understand. isn't it crazy that you are in different parts of the world, but you are able to see some, like, you're able to see me. I'm not where you are, but you're able to see me live. Like, how is that even supposed to be possible? We can't understand that. What we've been told is that, yeah, as human beings evolved, they found a way to create these things. Are we sure? Like, doesn't even make sense. Like, even, do you think that if they left you in this world for infinity, like you were here forever, you would figure out how to create Wi-Fi? I mean, even if you were here forever, I don't think like normal human, like human beings who don't know what's going on will be able to like create these things. It should make you suspicious. How is it that some people are able to create these things? Who told them how to create these things? Maybe they are like us, but then they were told by something else how to create these things. They got their knowledge from, and they're keeping this knowledge away from us, so that we don't know what we're supposed to know. But yeah, if we're to take this reality seriously, then it is logical to think that not every person that you interact with is like you. Some people might have been sent in your life to get information from you. Like they're trying to figure you out what's really going on. Maybe some people are your handlers. You know, Religious people will call these people monitoring spirits. But since you don't know for sure what this reality is, you need to keep an open mind. You need to keep an open mind. You cannot just live your life as if you know what's going on. You must always keep your eyes open. Why are things happening this way? Why am I relationship with people this way? Why are these people like this, like that? Why can't I get rid of these people? They don't seem to bring anything positive in my life. They seem to always bring distraction, but I can't get rid of them. They always find their way back into my life. What's going on? Ask yourself questions. Always be suspicious, because we still do live in a world that where things are going on that we don't really understand. So keep an open mind. So yes, you're right to think there are human beings who are not like us. Because it's crazy that some people don't understand the most basic things. You have conversations with people who seem to be smart and they don't understand what you're saying. You're like, but what I'm saying really makes sense. It's like saying 1 plus 1 is 2, but you don't understand what's going on. I don't think you're too dumb to understand. Maybe you're supposed to pretend as if you don't understand. Who knows? But it's weird. It's actually weird that you don't understand. George, US, we are dealing with a situation that transcends most people understanding. Yeah, man. The problem is that we are addicted to viewing life the way that we've been programmed to view it. We don't realize that, of course, reality will be something strange, right? Like, it would not be what it seems. Like, that should be obvious to each and every person, that reality should not be, like, will not be what it seems. Like, by the time everyone figure out what this shit is, like, they'll be surprised. Like, they'll, like, damn, how how is this even possible? And you'll be shocked when you find out for sure what this is, because it's not what it seems. That should be obvious. The fact that when you're dreaming, you don't know that you're dreaming, that should tell you something about this world. Something is going on and you don't know that that is going on. You don't live in a world where you are being shown truth. This is not about you figuring out what the truth is. This is about you believing that this shit is real and taking it seriously, and yeah, believing in the lies that you're being fed. That's it. I mean, think about it. The only other experience that you've considered to be reality was not reality, but you consider it to be reality. So it's it makes sense to be very, very skeptical when it comes to this. Carrie, there's no point. You make the point. Get it? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I also think people shouldn't feel like they have to make a point, right? Like Like there's no point, so they have to make the point, or there's no meaning. They gotta make me. They gotta create meaning. If they don't feel like creating meaning, maybe some people don't want to create meaning in this film. They look at it and be like, "This makes me sick. I'm not even interested in creating meaning here because I can see that everything is upside down. I can see how humanity is being lied to. I can see how other sentient beings are being treated. It's not what I believe in. It's not. I'm not in love with this. I'm not in love with this game. It's something is just off. I'm too conscious. I think some people are just too damn conscious for this. Like they're too conscious that they see what is actually wrong. You know what it's like? It's like if you watch like a magician performing and you know their tricks, right? Like you know how they perform their tricks and you're not interested in it. Some people who are interested and they find meaning in that because well they don't know how the tricks are performed. It's kind of like that. It's like you become so damn conscious that you can't even create meaning. You like I see I see what's going on here, and most people don't see what's going on, so I can't really create meaning, right? I don't want to have children because I don't think it is right to create something and make it experience this without its consent. you know like that's like when you look at that realistically, you see that it makes sense to create something and just give it this experience. Like, yeah, I have this experience, and if it's like, I don't like this experience, you're like, no, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love this experience. If you don't love it, it means that there's something wrong with you. If you don't love it, it means that you're going to hell. You know what I mean? Like, there's something off about this realm. Something off. You know, if you don't believe in marriage, like, hey, I don't believe in marriage, people think, but I think people are like waking up and realizing that marriage isn't what they used to think it is. But yeah, people shouldn't be forced to create meaning. Robert J. I'm from the place where light comes into existence of its own accord. Yeah, that's the way to think. I carve music. Hi, Benedictines. Thanks for joining the live, George. Yes, one must be celibate, semen retention plus spiritual fasting, letting go of the material realm. Yeah, but my problem with semen retention is that it makes you desire sex more. So doesn't it defeat the purpose though? Because now you have this crazy energy. You know what I mean? Doesn't it make you like desire sex more? It's like fasting. Fasting kind of make you wanna eat food. Like when you're hungry, you want food. I think it's the best thing is to find out how to not be attached to this. That's all. You not starving yourself doesn't necessarily mean that you're attached. Because if you stay away from food, yeah, that's you will definitely crave it. So maybe, and this is something that I was thinking the other day. I was like, what if what's making people attached to this world is them not having what they want, or not being able to have the experiences that they want to have. Like they don't have like the experiences that they want to have enough time to actually get over these experiences, right? like like now people want what they want: relationships. It gets to a point where some people will do anything to be in a relationship because they've never been in a relationship. But if you've been in many relationships before, you might even get to a point where you're like, it's just relationships. You know what I mean? Some people are chasing money like crazy because they've never had it. Want you want these shoes, that you've never had before. You want this, but these things that you get to have, you get to see that, but then they're nothing really, you know. Like most of the things that I have, when before I had them, I used to want them, right? Like, but now that I have these things, it's not the same. Like, yeah, the feeling, like there's a feeling of appreciation, but I wouldn't look at these things the same way that I look at, like, if I lose them because I've had them, I would not be too attached to like having them. You know what I mean? Because I had them. Like, I'm satisfied now because I had them. So I think reality keeps us away from the things that we want. I mean, what we call reality. I always call it reality because it seems like reality, but it's not. But yeah, it keeps us away from what we want so that we want these things more. The more we want these things, the more we release a lot of energy. So maybe it's best to kind of like have these things that you want. Not to have like more things than you actually need. Like that will be another trap. Like that's gonna make you more obsessed. But just to have the things that human beings want, right? So that you realize that these things, you know, you deserve them all along, and there isn't much to them. That is why, like the guy who talked about who commented about the car that he had, like before he had that car, he probably felt like if after buying that car, he's gonna feel much better. After buying that house, gonna feel much better. But now that he's bought that car and bought that house, it's like, hey, it is what it is. But if he spent his whole life trying to buy that car and that house, he will end up wanting that house and that car, more than he would actually appreciate having it. So that's the thing. So maybe we need to have what we want so that we're not too attached. But if it's so hard for us to have what we want, that we actually have to like release a lot of energy trying to have what we want, yes, it is good to pull back. You see? It is good to be like, okay, it is what it is. I'm not even going to be thinking about that. It is what it is. I'm not going to sell my soul just to have what I want. It is what it is. Because if the harder it is for you to get something, the more attached you become. The more energy you invest trying to get something, the more attached you become. That's the thing. The shower, you are flavor of the world. For all restaurant make food for your tongue. The servant has spoken one sense. You chase money in your prime years, slave it away, and when you're old, you're free to enjoy it. But if you're old, it defeats the purpose. This is hell, bro. Money isn't the answer, just survival. Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, if you make enough money to set yourself free when you're a bit older, that's good. So that you'll have enough time to do the work that you actually need to be doing to actually become more conscious. But it shouldn't be just to like have most of this like to just maybe becoming super rich and all that. That's gonna make you more attached. It should just be to be free, really. Like freedom, we should all be attached to freedom. Like if there's something to be attached to, is freedom, because uh that's that's what you want deep down. It's to be free. You don't want to be controlled by something, right? So yeah, sometimes you must be free from the things that you desire. You'd feel better if you're free from these things. Sometimes you must be free from uh, like the people who are oppressing you. Said reality called life. How do you attach yourself from traumas? Typically, childhood and caring less. I think he meant to say, how do you detach yourself from traumas? It's not easy to detach yourself, to be honest. Like, um, the things that I've been through when I was young, some of these things still do affect me now. So it's not easy to detach yourself from trauma. I'd say the best thing that you can do is, um, if there is something that you're scared to do because of trauma, do it. Because you being afraid is also you being attached to something. Like when you're less afraid, you get to see the things as they really are. You see, like when you don't feel this deep fear, you get to see things as they really are. So that might be a way to kind of like detach yourself. There are things that when I was young I was so afraid to do, like maybe speaking in public. Like sometimes I'll be afraid to speak in public. I was very stubborn as a kid, and yeah, when I feel comfortable around some people, I would not be afraid to speak around them, but I'll be afraid to speak to strangers, to speak to people that I don't know. Um, and that's because of like I was bullied. Sometimes you stand in front of the whole class and they laugh at you, and that traumatizes you, so you don't feel comfortable to speak, right? But I had to keep on working on that. I had to overcome that. I'll be like, hey, I don't give a shit how scared I am. I'm still gonna stand in front of the whole class and speak. I'm gonna stand in front of people and speak. And it gets to a point where it's nothing. Like the fear that you feel is nothing. Even if people respond negatively, you don't really care. You get used to it. Like you can actually get used to people responding to you negatively, that it doesn't even mean anything anymore. So I would say is to face your fears. Sometimes you have to walk through fire, but there are some things that you have had to deal with in the past that you can't change, and they don't really make you behave a certain way. They just hurt you, right? Because these things were too bad. So I would say the best thing is to try to think less about them. So yes, they're gonna some situations are gonna remind you of these things, but as soon as you remember these things and you feel it, because it's gonna feel like an anxiety attack, right? You're gonna start to hurt because you remember what happened. So you just think about something else, let it pass, because the more you dwell on it, the more you think about it, right? And one of the biggest mistakes that I used to make was that when something triggers me, I'll think more about it without realizing that that isn't helping me at all. I'm just torturing myself, actually, because some of these things there's nothing I can do about them. Well, what if I what if I just think what I want to think rather than thinking about things that are torturing me? Because life itself sucks. So life sucks, and what's going on in my own mind actually sucks. You know what I mean? Like there's no peace. What's happening in life sucks. What's happening in my own mind sucks. So I'm just suffering. I'm just torturing myself. So yeah, you must learn to let these thoughts pass. Like once you remember the things that have happened to you in the past, you're like, okay, it is what it is. Boom. You even if it makes you angry, th- you know, but if you let it pass, you're not going to feel as angry as you would feel if you started to think more about it. So you just let it pass, because there's nothing that you're benefiting anymore from thinking it. And the more you detach yourself, the more these things lose their power. Like this, you're no longer going to feel the way that you feel because you've detached yourself. Like I given you this example that if there's a person that you're dating and that you don't want to date anymore, if you stay away from them, it will get to a point where you're no longer attached to them. So the things that they do no longer affect you. But if you don't stay away from them, you keep on checking what they're posting on Facebook, you keep on checking what they're posting on TikTok, what they're posting on Instagram. Of course, it's gonna take time for you to heal. So you must try your best to just avoid these thoughts and just focus on the thoughts that you want to think about. Let's keep on liking the life, guys. It will be dope if by the time we get to 2 hours, we're around 150 likes. That would be dope. Shy Dave, although I use weed, I haven't really had the mentality of this is boring. I need coke or meth now. Yeah, that's good. That's actually good. Um, but some people do get to have that mentality where they're like, yeah, I need more. Like I'm tired of just you know feeling the way that I feel now when I'm high. So I need to try the hard stuff. That does happen. You know, just like there are many people who have some money and who are not obsessed with making more money, but there are some people who are obsessed with making more money, and yeah, they do lose themselves. Trying to make more money, because it's not like like there's It's not like being rich really does improve the quality of your life. Like what you need is to be able to afford the things that you want. That's it. Like being super rich doesn't necessarily improve the quality of your life. It will just get to a point where your life doesn't even feel like something is gonna feel off. I think something is gonna feel off. You might even feel guilty for being too damn rich. So really, it's just have enough, man. You just need to have enough and have enough time to do the work that you need to do to understand reality, so that you are able to escape it when you need to. You're not like really like attached to it so much that even after you have died, you're still a vibrational mesh to this. Because I think the more you chase wealth, the more attached you become. And even after you've died, you're still going to be a vibrational mesh to this. That's why they say that people who are very successful have sold their souls. Like it is believed. I think that's the thing. It's like you do a lot of things that make you lose your soul in the process. Like you end up being too damn attached that you just can't escape this. Obviously this is not home. Like that's what we gotta understand. um Thanks for another super thanks, rich guy. Problem is you're trying to find a point to life. You give life meaning, nothing else out of you does. You are God experiencing itself in a limited form. That is true, but the problem is that you're not acknowledging what is actually going on in this realm, right? It's like if you were having a nightmare, like a real nightmare, like you're having a dream that really didn't make sense, and you were busy like, yeah, I'm trying to find meaning, I'm trying to find meaning. Like, nah, it's a bad dream, right? We need to be honest about what is going on, than to be like, yeah, I'm trying to find meaning, I'm trying to make this work, I'm trying to be more attached to this. Like, no, some things you don't need to be attached to them. It's like if you get into a relationship with someone and you realize that that's not the right person for you. It doesn't mean that you must keep on working on being more attached to that person. You must realize that no, the relationship is just not working, so I must detach myself, right? But if the relationship is working, that's when what you are saying now will make sense, right? If our relationship with this realm was working, that's when what you're saying will make sense. That's when we would want to be attached to it. We'll be like, this is a beautiful experience. The things that are happening are making sense. But if we can see that everything is upside down, if we can see that people are suffering like crazy, they're unfulfilled, what I mean, like something is off. Like the more conscious people become, the more they start to dislike this. This one we're like, hey, maybe we need to detach ourselves. You know, Tez Talk 92, preach. You're talking to me. Thanks for joining the live. Thanks for joining the live. 223 soldier. Life fries you. Games dog. Hi from the UK. How can we tell which thoughts are our own and which are programmed um, AI thoughts sent to us? Um, Sometimes, this happens to me sometimes. Uh, I'll be I'll be good, like having peace, like having a peace of mind, and I start to think thoughts that make it hard for me to that make me want to make decisions that I would actually regret later, right? So I start to think these thoughts that make me want to behave in a way that I might not, you know what I mean? Let me give you let me give you a simple example. Let's say someone made me angry. I'm mad at that person, like that person made me angry. So I'm starting to think, okay, maybe I should just say F you to this person, right? Like out of nowhere, these thoughts just come. I think those are the kind of thoughts that might not be like these thoughts that make you weak. Those are the thoughts that you must not pay that much attention to. You know what you must do? You must you must ask yourself, how do I solve the problem that I have with this person? So I'm angry at this person. what is the best approach that I can use than to just allow these thoughts to take over. So the thoughts that cause distraction, maybe those thoughts are in yours because they're gonna end up making things worse for you. But also, uh, I don't know if a lot of people are able to like hear the voice when they think. Like when I'm thinking, I'm able to hear my voice and I'm in control of what my voice says. Like when I'm thinking, there are these thoughts that just come on their own, so I don't hear them. Like I don't hear anything when these thoughts come. They just come as sometimes they come as ideas. Sometimes I just remember things, but you can see I'm not really in control of these thoughts. So I think those are thoughts that you might need to, learn to uh, reject if they are not like if your voice in the voice in your head doesn't agree with these thoughts. Yeah, maybe you might need to learn to reject these kind of thoughts, right? I'm the type of person who likes to listen to my own voice. Like I can hear my own voice the same way that you're hearing me now, right? Like when I'm thinking, I'm able to hear my own voice. That's how I'll be thinking. So I know that that voice is mine. I know that the thoughts that you know I'm thinking when I'm like listening to my own voice, those are my thoughts. Trauma lives in your subconscious forever. Yeah, that's what sucks. That's what sucks. Like traumatizing people is like bewitching them. Like it's like you're bewitching a person because they're gonna have to live with that shit forever. We are addicted to beliefs as well. Oh, we're addicted to beliefs as well because beliefs gives you a high at first, but it always has a shelf life. Yeah, people are addicted to what they believe, and even if it's nonsense. Shy Devo, to be honest, I'm content with weed because it doesn't hurt or affect me much whether I use it or not. I like that, so I use it consciously so as not to feed the vile beings outside of perception. No, that's better, man. At least not uh people don't destroy their lives and just suffer more because they're addicted to it. Like I never really seen that happen. So yeah. Rich guy, fellas, I promise you, you won't be complaining if you had an attractive woman on your life with millions in your bank account, dude. There are many people who have had attractive women who complain, dude. You know, the best thing is to find a woman who loves you. Yeah, and it's not because you have millions; she just loves you. Because if you are with a woman and she's with you because you got millions, a lot of bad things can happen. All right. Like if a woman is with you because you got millions, a lot of bad things can happen. So you can find yourself stressing like crazy. There's been many people who are rich who have had serious problems with women. All right. So that doesn't mean that you're safe because you got this beautiful woman on your lap that's there because you got money. So I would say if you find this woman who you really connect with and that really loves you, that can make you feel better. That's 100% true. But there are a lot of people, man, who really have serious problems who got millions. All right, like they got serious problems, like the problems that normal people are dealing with are nothing compared to what they are dealing with. So you mustn't lie to yourself. you know it's just we want it to be true that being rich is what's gonna save us, but nah, man. Flesh, I'm completely sober, but I don't experience thoughts that much anymore, except at certain time. I just got tired of looping. No, that's better, man. That's better. I even remember my dreams in DK. Like, do you remember that you've had like you had dreams, or you don't even think that you might be having dreams at all? I took drugs in my dream, and it showed how attached I was to others. Being attached to other people, yeah, that can like really, really ruin your life, because the matrix can use other people to get more energy from you. Like, it can make other people behave in ways that will make you give out more energy, make them say things that are going to make you give out more energy. So yeah, that's the being attached to other people is really messed up. You mustn't be attached to anyone really. um you must be able to love other people. You must be able to, yeah, not have problems with other people, but you mustn't be attached. Like, you saw them attached, that what other people are doing is affecting you, what they're saying is affecting you. If they don't call you, that affects you. If they don't talk to you, that affects you. Like, no, you must you must be so conscious that you understand that if people don't want to be in your life anymore, they just don't want to be in your life anymore, and you mustn't force things. It's what's best, actually. Like, if a person show you that they don't want to be in your life anymore, and you see that that's what's like that's best, like that's a positive thing, that's not a negative thing. you know you, so yeah, attachment to other people, yeah, can cause serious problems. Most people who are traumatized are people who were attached to some people, and these people disappointed them so many damn times that, yeah, they found themselves, suffering a lot. Let's keep on liking the life. The crazy part is that we're supposed to rest, but we're dreaming. Dreams drain you low key. Yeah, man. That's, to be honest, it's really messed up that you go into a world that you might not necessarily want to go to, and you have this experience. Hey, I remember I told you about this guy. He made me laugh. Like, he's a construction worker. So we were chilling the other day, and we were drinking. He was like, "Bro, I'm I I worked like so hard last week that I kept on having like dreamt of myself working. So there's no break, right? He wakes up in the morning and he goes to work, and he works a lot, and he gets tired, and he goes to sleep, and even in his dreams he's still working. Can you imagine? You're carrying a brick in your dream. You're still working, and you wake up and you're like, shit, that was just a dream. Like, I didn't even catch a break. So this is the thing. It would be better if we're able to control our dreams. Can you imagine if life actually sucks, but then when you dream, you can dream up dreams that you want? Okay, fine. It does suck, but at least when I sleep, I'm gonna have the dreams that I want. But even when you sleep, you can have fucked up dreams. You can have dreams that are actually worse than the dreams that you have when you are. You can have dreams that are worse than, you know what you call reality. Okay, how is this an illusion, and where does this illusion come from? In whose mind? Oh, that's a very good question. I've been trying to understand where this comes from for a very long time, and unlike most people, trust me, like, I really do. Like, bro, I will think until I feel weak trying to understand reality, but I also watch a lot of videos as well from people, because we can learn from each other as people. I also have deep conversations with other people. I believe that I've been doing the kind of work that I needed to do. I've you know did some experiments with psychedelics too. you know I've meditated. And what makes sense to me is that consciousness itself is fundamental. So consciousness is dreaming up everything, right? Even your mind is part, like your brain itself, like it's part of. it's being dreamt up by consciousness. It's not like you are conscious because you have a brain. Your brain is a product of consciousness. It's just you're just supposed to believe that you are conscious because you have a brain, so that you'll be too attached to this reality. Like if you didn't think that, you wouldn't be too attached to this reality. So yeah, it's an illusion because it's just consciousness making stuff up. Basically, it's just consciousness making stuff up. Um, one of the questions that you must ask yourself, you might ask yourself, is why do we suffer a lot then if consciousness is having a dream? Why does consciousness not have a good dream? I'm going to answer this question in two different ways. Um, even in your own mind, you can think negative thoughts. We're talking about negative thoughts, like, and I don't mean to like just these thoughts just come. I mean, you can decide actively decide to think negative thoughts. You can decide that I want to think about something bad that has happened, and you think about it and you hurt. Sometimes you can even imagine scenarios where something bad is happening. Sometimes you can create arguments in your own head. You do that to yourself. So consciousness can do that to itself, but that's not the reason, because the suffering that we have to go through in this world is too much. So what I think happened is that we created something that controls our dreams, right? We didn't want to know that consciousness itself is kind of like creating this. We want to have an experience where we forgot that. So we created something, some machines that, some AI machine, and it controls our dreams in such a way that makes it hard for us to realize that we realize what we are. But it became so damn advanced that it is actually torturing us. That's why I'm saying, the work that we must be doing is to like really detaching ourselves, because now we're not having a positive experience. No one can tell me this is positive. Love their neighbor as their soul, for one's reflection is in all things. I was having a conversation with someone about love, and I was telling them that to love is to let go. They were like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, if you truly understood other people, because to me, love is understanding, right? Love isn't you feeling these positive emotions when you're around this other person, and now you're like, "I love them." No, that's about you. That's not about them. There's nothing. They like you don't love them for them. It's just about how you feel. So love is understanding. Once you understand other people, you might not you won't feel like controlling them. You won't feel like being attached to them, and you won't feel insecure around. Like once you understand, like truly understand, so you can let go. You can you can be fine on your own, just understanding other people. Love isn't being attached. Basically, I think that's what we've got wrong. We're addicted to these feelings that we feel when we're in love with people, and we become attached to them, and we call that love, but we end up you know hating ourselves, and even end up hating them. Shy deal. It's easier to show someone who has been traumatized something traumatizing to make them think that they were shown guess happened to them. I think that you made, like, there was some typos there, so I don't get what you were trying to say. Rich guy, thanks for another super thanks. Yes, this reality is not real. That's why you should try to extract the most fun out of it as much as possible. Explore the illusion and have fun. No, that's not wrong. It is good to have fun, but you must not be lost, right? Like you must not be lost in this illusion. You know, this being an illusion, you can easily get lost in it if that's your only focus. If your only focus is to have fun. So you must also be doing enough work to realize what you are, so that you don't get lost. You see, a lot of people have made mistakes in this room because they don't think, because they're too damn distracted, that trying to have fun and all that. So they've made a lot of stupid decisions. That is why in 2020 there were some people who were kind of skeptical about what we were told that we must, You remember what happened in 2020, right? Some people were like, "Ish, we're not sure," But some people didn't even ask themselves any questions. Like they were like, "Hey, yeah, I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to," you know what I mean? It shows you that people don't think deeply about things. Now, I'm not saying, okay, I'm not even talk about it. But let's say someone created a new simulation now. Those who are just focusing on having fun, most of them will actually want to be in that simulation without even asking themselves what the simulation is about. And if it's a trap, they can find themselves in a trap. But those who are doing the work that they need to be doing, they'll be skeptical and they'll ask themselves, okay, what is the simulation about? Okay, what if things go wrong? And that's how you gotta think, because you don't want to end up in another trap, because you might find yourself in traps where it's impossible to have fun. So just because, and that's another thing that you must realize, just because you can have fun now, it doesn't mean that each and every person can have fun. Some people are really in messed up situations where they just can't have fun. You understand? So you must also understand that there's luck in this realm. Like things can be in a good for you, that you're actually able to have fun. Some people might be really be in a bad situation, so you don't want to be stuck here until things just become worse for you. If that happens, you want to be ready for anything, so that you'll be able to detach yourself if you need to. Eric S, I dream and I am another reality. I think there's a typo here. Boob star, make yourself happy. Tell that to those experiencing chronic pain or the horrors. Yeah, exactly. Because the problem is that people only like are viewing life from their own perspective, right? Like, okay, in my direct experience, I'm good. I'm not suffering. I'm not sick. So I can easily say, yeah, just make yourself happy, because I'm projecting, right? Like I'm forgetting that there are people who are sick. There are people who are in hospitals right now who are really like really really sick. Like their health is deteriorating and fast, and they're in pain, like serious serious pain, 24/7. You know what I mean? Like we need to be real, man. Like try to look at life from every perspective. You know, like don't be selfish. You can be a solipsist, but don't be a selfish solipsist. Because some people think that being a solipsist is being selfish. Like being a solipsist is like looking at everyone as part of yourself. So if you are seeing something that seems it's someone who's suffering, you must try to put yourself in their shoes, so that you understand what they're actually going through, than to only look at yourself and be like, yeah, in my life things are going this way, so yeah, yeah, I'm good. What are your thoughts on the 10 commandments, especially fornication and sleeping around? They just came up with those just to control people, honestly. um You know what I think, man? I think human beings should be free. We need to have honest relationships. I think some people naturally want to sleep around. So if they are with the right people that they can do that with, that's good, than to just be like this. Like they must talk to their partners and agree how they're gonna, have their relationship. Like what's wrong is doing something that causes suffering. When two people agree on something and they're working together, there's nothing wrong with that. So yeah, there's definitely something wrong with cheating on your partner, because you and that person have agreed that you don't want to do that to one another, right? But if you are in an open relationship and both of you believe that there's nothing wrong with sleeping around, and you've agreed that that can happen, that's cool, as long as no one is being hurt. Now, religion will tell you that something is wrong just because they look at the bad things that can happen, things that are obvious, actually. Like, yeah, lying is wrong. Yeah, it is. Uh, Analyzing someone is wrong. Yeah, it is. You know what I mean? Like it's obvious, but we need to really like that. We need to realize that the things that are bad are the things that are causing harm. Things that are not causing harm are not bad. So if something is not causing harm, then you shouldn't feel guilty about it. But yeah, if you're causing harm, then you should feel guilty. Being rich is anti-human. Yeah, man. I've always wondered why some people want to be super rich. Because you becoming super rich will mean that other people will have to be poor, right? That's how it works. If I'm gonna wanna have it all, then some people will have nothing. I've given you this example that when I was in grade 12, they will give us apples and we'll fight for those apples, and some people will have lots of apples, and some people wouldn't even be able to have like an apple because we fought for those apples. So it's kind of like life. It's like some people own everything and some people own nothing. That's messed up when you think about it. For people love making insensitive comments like that, it's just pure ignorance. True. Gray fears. I recently had a very similar thoughts about dreams now. Like almost exactly the same. And you manifested this life. Apollonius, if this is not reality, why do we feel physical pain? Now that's a very good question. If this is not reality, why do we feel physical pain? Um, ever had a dream where you were having sex and you even ejaculated, felt a lot of pleasure? Ever had a dream where you got stabbed? So maybe someone stabbed you while you were not looking at them and you felt pain first before you realized you were stabbed. If you not have that kind of a dream, or where you stepped on a thorn or something, so you felt pain first before you realized what was going on. Because I've had those kind of dreams where I would feel pain. Like someone will stab me, and I'm without me seeing them. Maybe I'm having a conversation with someone, and I get stabbed, and I'll feel pain first. Like I'll feel pain first before I realize that I'm stabbed. So feeling pain doesn't mean that this is real, all right? Because even in your dreams, you can feel pain. I know that there are people who have felt pain in their dreams. I'm not the only person who felt pain in my dreams. So I felt pain in my dreams. That's why, like, everything that is possible in this realm is possible in your dreams. Ever wondered why? Tell me one thing that is impossible in this realm. I mean, tell me one thing that is impossible in your dreams that is possible in this realm. You actually realize that everything that exists in this realm can exist in your dreams. Like there's not, there's nothing that you cannot dream about. Great music, you can dream about great music, bro. You can You can even have a dream where someone composed like a new song, a song that you've never heard before, and you love it. I remember I had a dream this other day, bro. Like I think we were in the studio, and this other lady was singing this song, bro. It was fire. It was fire. And yeah, I woke up, and I was so mad. I was because I love music, like I really love music. I was like, dang, that song was so good, man. Like I want to hear that song again. I was attached to the dream that I probably would have went back because of that song. But that's the thing. Anything that can happen here can also happen in your dreams. So you you saying that because we feel pain, that means that it's real. Nah, we feel pain in our dreams too. I don't want to reincarnate. I'm good with non-existence. I mean, that would be better. That's if I felt like after this I'll be none, like I will not exist at all, dude, I'll be the happiest man alive. Like honestly, I'll be like, I'll be celebrating every time. I'll be happy, bro. But Michael Rainbow, they is only reality. Everything, literally everything, including illusion, happens within reality. Reality is everything. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Michael, I'll be back to like respond to your comment. Bear with me. Let me check if the mic is still working. All right, we're back, we're back, we're back. Okay, Michael, there's there's only reality. Everything, literally everything, including illusion, happens within reality. Reality is everything. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. But it depends on what you want to call it, right? Like, let me give you this simple example. Remember, there's this movie that I watched. It's not like I watched the recap of this movie where this guy was kind of like stuck in a simulation and didn't know it was a simulation. In that simulation, he had a daughter, but in the highest reality, he was married to this other lady. So she had to go into the simulation to bring him out. Like he had to take these things that kind of look like drugs to actually wake up. So he's woken up to the real reality, and they had to go back to that simulation because something went wrong, and he wanted to be left in that simulation because to him that was real. Like, you know, that's that's what he wanted to call consider to be reality. So yes, uh, reality is what you want, you call it. Like in the end of the day, if you say this is reality, then to you or for you this is reality, right? But what I'm saying on this video is that this is not solid, right? This is not solid. It's not what it seems. Like this is the reality. What you call reality is not what it seems. But yes, you can choose to take everything seriously. You can choose to, you can even choose to take your dreams seriously enough to believe that they are real, right? Like even after you've woken up from them, you can choose to think, hey, yeah, I was in a dream where I was married. Yeah, I had a good experience in that dream, right? It's really up to you. But yeah, it is true. Everything is happening within consciousness, and that's what we experience as reality is what consciousness itself considered to be reality. But we must also understand that it's all made up, like it's all being dreamt up by consciousness. That's really important. Let's keep on liking the life. FDAX, the road to riches will make you drunk. 223 soldier. The scariest idea is that this shit starts over and over, like Buddhism says. Yeah, that's really like that's scary, bro. That's scary. If this shit started over and over again, but we still remember, that would be good. Like we still remember our previous lives. But if we don't remember shit, that's really scary. Energetic remedies. This is it. Love and saviors. Don't get caught in the traps. All right. Boop star. There's no making this place better. It's always been this way from reset to reset. Yep. Carrie, the idea of the process of dying is too much for me. I'm good. Yeah, I feel you. Shy Devil, lucky for me, I can genuinely say I'm not really attached to this reality at all. Yeah, man, that's better. And if you're already not attached to it, I would say like every day, maybe at least have maybe 10 minutes where you are trying to not think, right? Like you're trying to not think. Um, you're trying to not think a lot, right? Like if you can do that for 10 minutes every day, so you're gonna start to feel something. Like you kind of feel it's weird. Like you kind of feel like you feel less heavy than you feel, right? And that also shows me that this is not real. It's like what makes it real is me taking it seriously, right? The more I don't like think about what's going on and all that, like the more I'm kind of like I feel like I'm kind of like separating myself from it. The shower, but didn't you say consciousness created this to experience it? Then there before change the story or start with renewing of your mind. No, but that's what I'm saying right now, isn't it? What I'm saying, or you can rephrase the question. It's exactly what I'm saying. I hate being attached to this trash reality. It's like a force is making us be attached by force. Yeah, yeah. Once you start to detach yourself, weird things are gonna happen so that you'll be more attached. Weird things are gonna happen so that you'll be more attached. That's the thing. Energetic remedies. There are better ways to live and better ways to die. Shy Devo, this reality isn't more special than me. No more special and scared than my essence. Sami Unlu, are you real? Ever asked dream characters if they were real? Like I've had dreams where I've asked dream characters if they were real. Wait, is the mic still working? This mic, like when it keeps on moving, I actually need to buy like another mic like that. I'm gonna use my laptop to stream because I think like this mic keeps on moving. So sometimes I'm like, hey, what if it's not working and I'm not seeing like you know your like the last comment. So yeah, someone asked, are you real? Oh, are your words real? I think you also asked if I'm real. Yeah, yeah. Ever had a dream where you ask dream characters if they are real? What do they say? Um, some of them become hostile, bro. If you ask dream characters if they are real, that should tell you something. Actually, like you're supposed to believe the dream is real. Like they're not gonna tell you you're in a dream, right? Like I've never had a dream where a dream character told me I was in a dream. I've had dreams where I told dream characters that I was in a dream, and they told me I was not in a dream. That's interesting. People make kids for selfish reasons. They want to give their life more meaning. Yeah, man. Life is so damn meaningless that people just don't know what to do, man. So it's if we're God, as you have suggested in other videos, then there is no outside force causing us to be attached to this world. There is a loopy reasoning going on. No, no, not at all. Like I've never contradicted myself, like at all. Like I've always been saying that we've created something that controls our dreams. That's the thing. So it does that on its own. It's artificial intelligence. It does that on its own. You understand? So that's the thing. That's why we have these dumbest religions and all that. You know, the icons, like whatever you wanna believe. Poop star. So later didn't bring kids into this clown realm. That's dope, man. People are waking like a lot of young people are like are not having kids now, man. Apollonius, is there free will in making children? Unfortunately, there's just no free will in this realm. Unfortunately, but like I keep on telling you that we are a result of cause and effect. So I can have a conversation with a person who wants to have children and they change their mind. You see, a person can come across my video and they change their mind because of 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 what because they watched my video. That's cause and effect. You see, that is why it's important to wake people up. So we don't have free will, but once new information is introduced to us, you know, that changes our mind. Like we end up not doing what we were gonna do before that new information was introduced to us. Okay, dogs gonna fit, but we feed these entities even with feeling positive emotions. Yeah, that's true. But I think we feed them more when we feel negative emotions. Like negative emotions are much stronger than positive emotions, unless you get too damn happy. But I think that will take a lot. Like it's much harder for these entities to make us like too damn happy. Like they can't make everyone happy because you live in a world of competition. So it's much easier for them to make us sad, and it's much easier for them to make us angry than to make us feel happy. Yeah, you can be too damn happy that you release this energy. Like when you are in this state, I don't even know what to call it. Is it called like hysteria? Like you just so damn happy that yeah, of course you release a lot of energy, but it's hard. Like it's hard to keep people entertained. Like if you had like someone in your life that you're dating, it will be much harder for you to make them happy than to make them sad, right? So these beings are like, hey, it's hard like to make these beings, you know, give us energy. So we just have to just keep on manipulating them. Like if you watched the last Matrix movie when the analyst was telling Neo that you know the more we manipulate you, the more we mistreat you, the more energy you produce. And I thought that was interesting. Love, especially in male brain, is a massive illusion. F Dex, are you a female? Michael, the question is this: Is there anything that exists outside of us? If no, we are the source of everything. And to say that reality is messed up is the same as saying that we are messed up. Um, I was talking about thinking like a lot of negative thoughts. You can think a lot of negative thoughts, and you might need to pull yourself out of that, right? So consciousness can find itself in realms like it can fall into like a deep state of insanity where it's just experiencing true nonsense. Just like you can think negative thoughts and you find yourself feeling angry. But also, like I've been telling you, that there is something else that we have created that is it's not outside of us, it's still within consciousness, but it controls our dream somehow, you know. Just like I've given you this example about the movie Vanilla Sky, where they've created a dream machine, right? You get inside the machine and it generates the kind of dreams that you want, but something went wrong, and that machine started like giving this guy like Tom Cruise, yeah, he's the main character there, started giving him like this fucked up dreams, like everything was upside down where he found himself. So it's kind of like what's happening here. This really sucks. The bad the okay, the fact that I got the things I wanted years ago now doesn't even give me fulfillment. This reality will make you lose the spark you once had. Yeah, man, like the things that we used to want when we were young, like yo, if I had this, if I had that, but you have these things now and you still feel the same. Carrie, I do it all to be honest, I must admit. Michael, if solipsism is true and you are God, then what is there to detach from? The world literally is you. Are you asking me very simple questions? You can think negative thoughts and you can detach yourself from these negative thoughts. So if you create reality, you can create nonsense. So you need to detach yourself from that nonsense. Semi only philosophy is more how we view the world of reality instead of how reality is. What do you mean? I think the only way to figure out what the truth is through philosophy, not through science, but through like if you're going to think deeply, think honestly about reality, I think you can actually start understanding what the truth is. Like even if you don't get confirmation that what you think is the truth, but it's through philosophy, because as consciousness, you are not, even though there's tricks that are being performed to keep you stuck here and keep you believing in this reality, but you are not of this world, right? The only thing, like, what's not of this world can actually find its way back. Like it can find it it can actually wake up. But all these things that are of this world, all of these things that are of this reality, you can't use them to wake up. You can't use science to wake up. You can't use a machine to wake you up. You can't, you only have to trust yourself if you want to wake up. Boopster, I feel like reality, if that's what you want to call it, totally shifted in the last couple of years. Even recently, nothing looks the same to me. Yeah, it's so real. Yeah, no, no. Yeah, I agree with you. It definitely does feel like we are in another so-called reality. Like it's just not this. Even the way that we used to feel. Like I don't feel the way that I used to feel. Like it's like I'm not even the same person that I was. Like something definitely changed, and I think things keep on changing. I think things keep on changing in this so-called reality. The child education or artificial intelligence planted a fake world in one's mind, which is gold mine. Yep. Golden SW. The world is shallow. None of this has any real meaning, at least not for us. But we incentivized by our biological bodies to care and become attached to things that only keep us ignorant. But like that's what really sucks, man. That's what really sucks. Like the way that you've been programmed is to be attached to this reality. Like that's the whole point. Like you must be attached to this so that you never want to wake up. Have you realized that everything that we're being taught is to keep us trapped here? The way that we've been programmed to feel, the way that we've been programmed to respond to things, is to keep us attached here. You're not supposed to. It's not supposed to be easy for you to like detach yourself from anything. You ever realize that? It's not like I can just choose that, okay, I want to detach myself from this. Like if I want to detach myself, like I want to detach myself and just detach myself. Like it's a lot of work. You fight to detach yourself from things. Like you've been programmed to be so attached to this reality that yeah, you're not you to be in control. You have to fight. That tells you something. Can we say that the knowledge we were given is fake knowledge? 100%, man. Like you have to do your own research. You have to think for yourself. If you think in a way that you've been programmed to think, you're never waking up. Obviously, we weren't taught what we needed to learn that to wake up. That is why when you see, like when you look at what's happening in the mainstream, you see that nothing like that's happening in the mainstream is actually waking people up. Like the people who run this don't want people to wake up. They want to control people. I think one of the biggest reasons why they want to ban, I don't even want to say the name of that platform, but you know what I'm talking about, is because a lot of people are able to like express themselves, honestly, and there are a lot of people who are like, in that platform. I mean, yes, some people watch nonsense in that platform, but if you keep on watching the right stuff, the algorithms are going to suggest the right stuff. You know, like people don't care about watching like the news anymore. They just they're addicted to these platforms, and they get to learn a lot. Let's be honest, people have woken up because of these platforms, right? People have woken up, like people have started to ask questions because they were only watching like the news, seeing posts on Facebook. Like there's nothing really that people are posting that really makes sense on Facebook. So they were not really waking up, but when they went to these platforms, like they started to see things that were actually waking them up. Boopstar, we are in what's called a simulacrum, which is false copy of a real one. You can find mind-blowing info on the channel arcade. Yeah, yeah, I've checked the channel before. Robert J. Humans are the program from my perspective. Yeah, society don't care. Let's keep on liking the life, guys. Let's keep on liking the life. BK Taker, Benedictine, you should be more interactive with the chat. I am. I think the problem is that I take much like when I respond to a comment, I like really respond. You know what I mean? Like I don't just I don't just scroll. Like I take my time. So there's the things. But I am like I'm reading the comments and responding. Okay, yes, but too many people are claiming to be the chosen ones, and everyone else are basically consciousness. Okay, okay. Um, if wouldn't you say it makes sense to think that in a world like this, of course, there will need to be soulless beings, like there will need to be non-player characters, there will need to be beings without consciousness. Like sometimes when I make videos like about these kind of things, I'm not necessarily saying that these things are true. I'm just telling you what makes sense. So if you want to look at this world as a place with different people, with yeah, that and in a place where we're not being given like information, we don't really know much. Wouldn't it also make sense to think it might be possible that there might be soulless beings? When you look at the technological level that this world is operating on, wouldn't it make sense to think that they also able to clone people? Wouldn't it even make sense to think that some people do wear like silicone masks, and they're playing us in so many different ways? I mean, you can see the technological level that this world is operating on. Of course, they're not giving us everything. So maybe they're able to create, you know, soulless beings that they plant everywhere to keep us confused. You know, like anything is possible in this reality. So keep an open mind. See, so yeah, if you want to look at reality just like a human being should look at reality, then that's logical to think. You have explained that point so very well. You definitely understand this game. I'm looking forward to the future as many of us are letting go, so the dream is changing. 100%. I mean, the platform, not Benedictine. Who are you responding to? Robert J. Oh, you mean, oh, you said something negative about the platform, not about the stream. All right. Peace, y'all. Namaste. JD's reviews. Benedict, I think we are all mental travelers. I don't think we have ever left our own minds. Everything is happening in our minds. Yeah, I mean, if you want to think on that level, like if you want to think on the highest level, yeah, that's we're the dreamers, man. And I think it's hard for many people to think that like we're the dreamers of reality. But yeah, the more honest we are with ourselves about what we know about how this reality seem to exist, it's like, yeah, we are the dreamers, man. Like, think about it. Do you genuinely believe that these galaxies that we're told that they exist, they just happen to exist on their own? If you believe in the Big Bang, or maybe there's this God who created these many galaxies and all. Like, nah, it's a dream, man. You know that in your dreams you can create galaxies, all right? In your dreams you can create whatever you want to create. I mean, not whatever you want to create, but you can create anything. I mean, like there's nothing that cannot be created by consciousness in your dreams. It's just that you don't know how to create the kind of dreams that you want to have. I've had a dream where I was a planet. The other day I was a planet, and I was moving, like, I don't know. I was orbiting this other, like I was somewhere. I was not even in this galaxy. So yeah, it makes more sense to think everything is happening within consciousness, and it's life is is consciousness dreaming up things, and that we call reality. What do you mean song black hip hop? What's black? Will you take us on an online tour of your neighborhood sometime, Benedictine? Yes, let me buy an iPhone first because my phone doesn't have stabilization. That's the problem. My phone doesn't have stabilization, so I would need an iPhone. Because with the DJI Pocket, like the camera that I use, I can't like live stream. So yeah, it'll be good actually, like to do a live stream. Going to shops, or yeah, going to different places, just doing everything live. That will actually be good. So I'm gonna buy an iPhone, and yeah. Boopster, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's bad here either way. Supposedly, though, it's more tutorial though. What's that word? I've never seen that word before. Toroidal, or it's just a typo. I've never seen that word before. atomic not button. How far it extends? Where does it stop? If it stops, it definitely not round. Oh, it's definitely not round. Everything is observable, measurable, repeatable. If it is real, round is none of that. All right. So you're talking about the Earth. I'll be honest. I disagree, Benedictine. You're talking about the Earth thing, or it's because I think. What do you disagree with? Boopster, I sure would like to know who and what the controllers of both this false construct is and the real one. The AI will always create these beings that are gonna, like, I think that the beings that are controlling this thing are the ones that are really really not like conscious. They are artificial and they belong here. Shai deal, things can exist without ever being seen or knowable. Or you're saying things can exist that no one has ever seen, that no one knows exist. No, I don't think so. I think like if you don't know that something exists, it doesn't until someone knows that it exists. Um, the same way that when you are dreaming, until you see something in your dream, it doesn't exist until you see it. It's you seeing it that actually makes it exist. Maybe realize that the internet is an illusion. Yeah, that's another rabbit hole. Like the internet is dead. Adam, Baling, they're not fake. There, you can actually converse with them. But anytime we have never left our minds. You are now enlightened. You now understand that all is mind. All of this is happening in your mind. Atomic not button. The shape of the earth is the most important thing we need to know. We'll get there. Poopstar, the earth scroll is still part of this matrix, 100%. Yeah. Even the afterlife, like what people experience when they say they've had a near-death experience, it's 100% part of this. Um, when you've truly woken up, you'll know you've truly woken up. If you are immortal, that will be the true hell. Yeah. Being eternal and being immortal are two different things, but yeah, that will be the real hell, being immortal. Are we suffering to finally wake us up? I think one of the reasons why not even the reason, but then what causes us to suffer as conscious being is our need to wake up. Like we will want to wake up. So we are realizing that this realm is just not it. It's like if you are in a place and you want to leave, you start to see why you should leave, and you become impatient because you want to leave. So I think that's kind of like that. I think I need to read comments in real time now. There's many comments. I want to interact with y'all in real time. Wait, I saw a super thanks. Sea of Roses, thanks for the super thanks. Okay, yeah. Now I'm interacting with everyone in real time, right? SOA, and beware of being an enemy of Allah. There will be no one left for you except Him. People will be worshiping these so-called gods, and and they want everyone to believe in these gods. Like they know that it doesn't make any sense to believe in these gods. So they're like, hey, everyone must believe in these gods. Like, nah, man. Like we need to be as honest as possible. If something doesn't make sense, we need to be honest that it doesn't make sense. Shai, on a microscopic graphene oxide is known for being sentient but dead. It can receive signals, frequencies that can cause it to move and act. Yeah, that. But you have to understand that everything is just appearances in this realm, man. You know, um, things seem to be a certain way so that you will believe. Like the whole thing is about you believing that this is real. Like that's what the whole thing is about. It's about you believing that what you are experiencing as reality is actually real, right? Because the more you think that this is real, the more attached you become. But once you start to realize that it's not real, it's not what it really seems, the easier it will be for you to detach yourself. You'd realize that the content in this channel is really about people detaching themselves. You know, it's about exposing the things that we are taking too damn seriously, showing people that no, the things that you're taking too damn seriously are not really that serious at all. You know, you've just been lying to yourself, and or you've been lied to by other people, and you're taking everything seriously. I'm good on religion. Talking snakes, talking donkeys, people living up to 900 years old without medicine, burning bushes, men living in a whale. I'm good. But isn't it weird that adults be believing that? Shows you how fragile the human mind is, right? Like to even be believing that. And it's not like they just believe that. No, they want everyone to believe that. They will make you think you are evil for not believing that. That's really scary. Voltaire, how do you know what you believe is true? Other people believe something different, and are they all wrong and you're right? Okay, that's a very good question. And like I keep on telling y'all that I don't believe, like, I do some experiments on my own so that I don't believe. It gets to a point where I think in a way that is so rational that I know that the way that I think is the best way to think as a human. So it's not a belief. So, yes, it is possible that a person can think as best as they can and still be wrong. But you'd realize that I'm trying my best to explain to y'all why I think I'm right. Because I don't believe, you see, the people who believe are people who are convinced by something, like someone come and tell them something and then they believe, right? They're convinced by, but that's not what I do. I try to do my own research, try to figure out what's really, really going on, see what makes the most sense. So this is not a belief. It's like the things that I'm talking about. I know them the same way that I know that 1 + 1 is 2, right? Benedictine, this is a serious situation. This one of the foundation for keeping consciousness like you and I here forever, being unable to die. Yeah, man, when you look at where we're going technologically, that's possible. Like, we might actually reach a point where we find ourselves living longer than, I mean, we can't be here forever, but we might find ourselves living much longer, living for like millions of years. That's why people shouldn't, like, if you don't really understand something, don't get yourself involved. Like if they create a new simulation and be like, yeah, yeah, or they create some technologies and say merge with the technology, like you gotta think twice. You're old enough to reject things now. You don't need to experience some things. A lot of, like, the fact that we exist in this realm should tell you something. So you mustn't believe anything and allow people to make you agree to do some things that might not be good for you. If they can put your consciousness into a machine, which they have already done to a human already, how will you die and move from this place? No, that's a good question, and that's what really scares me. What do you mean they've already done this to a human? Is there something that you know? I mean, of course, with the kind of technology that I have, they can do something like that. But I don't think it will be that easy, though. I think consciousness would always try to find a way out. Like it would realize that the world is too damn artificial that it would want to wake up. I mean, even here in this realm, we can see that, and we're trying to wake up. So yeah, the consciousness will try to fight to wake up. SOA, oh, it's on Allah. Oh, Dima computer. No, I refuse to stay longer than max 90. Yeah, man, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. Dark Mind, do you know the channel prison called Life? 100%. I'm from South Africa, man. And it is not for any human that Allah should speak to him except for revelation from. Man, you like you don't know what has been done to you. Like that's the problem. Like you don't know what has been done to you for you to even believe these things. Like ME, the only success in this room is having keys to bring into this room is designed to push that out of you. What do you mean? The only success in this room is having keys to bring into this room. Can you imagine um having children? Like it will be so damn hard to detach yourself, right? Like you will have to you have to be attached to this room, period. Like if you had kids, you definitely have to be attached to this room because you don't want them to be traumatized because now you you are conscious and you want to wake up. You'd have to be attached. You need to know what's going on in their life. If they have problems, you need to solve their problems. You need to be there for them. You need to work very hard, make sure that they're set, they're set for life. So that's another trick to keep you here. Let's keep on liking the life. I think we're on 95 likes. That's great. Mimic Allah is Muhammad's fake pro. Man, religious people are something else, man. I'm glad I didn't have kids. I can imagine if I had kids, man. Like I would be scared because I'm telling you, this room ain't it. Like it's the things that are gonna happen in the future. You'd constantly be thinking about your child, be like, yo, how will the future be for my children if we brought children into this world? So it's good that some of y'all have woken up and realized that, yeah. John Burton, the one who thinks he exists doesn't. There is no one. Nope. Like sometimes we say these things that sound like really deep, but they're not really deep, right? You say the one who thinks he exists doesn't. There is no one. Or what you're saying is that everyone is is part of the dream, right? Like if you are in a dream, for example, no one really exists in that dream, but the dreamer exists. So no, but yeah, if that's what you mean, yes. If you are in a dream and yeah, everyone in that dream is part of the dream, like it's part of the like is projection of consciousness. So yeah, but there is the dreamer, the one who's dreaming, consciousness. So yeah. You can tell consciousness is something much more special compared to the material world and body. Science understands the body so well, but no instrument of this world was able to examine consciousness. Exactly. No, I like what you just said. Like that's 100% true. No, they can't measure consciousness. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we're being lied to, because they can't. It's not like it's like they can only manipulate consciousness if we allow them to manipulate it. It's like they can't. You know, they can manipulate this body easily. They can make us see things that they want us to see in this realm, but they can't really mess with consciousness like that. That is why you need to detach yourself. You need to think as deeply as you can, because that's what's making you powerful. You believing everything that you're seeing, you allowing yourself to be tricked. Like that's what's making you weak. Benedictine, do you think the demiurge can be defeated? Yes. I think the demiurge is afraid of people becoming conscious and standing up for themselves, detaching themselves from this realm. So yeah, I definitely think that the demiurge can be defeated. I think consciousness is fundamental. I think the demiurge is a product of consciousness. I think the demiurge is something artificial. It's not something that is conscious. So yeah, it can be defeated, you know. So I'm not afraid of these things, man. I'm working on waking up, honestly. Max, oh, does it really matter if I'm dreaming all this up? The illusion is pretty strong. The world is extremely complex, and there are a lot of moving pieces that appear to exist without my full influence at all. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Um, Knowing that this is a dream could help you detach yourself from it, and that's what's important. Yeah, it seems real, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like it does seem real. Even when you're dreaming, it does seem real. But I'm saying we need to detach ourselves so that we are not affected deeply by this realm, so that we are no longer in an energetic match to it, so that we won't have the same dream anymore. Because now we most of us are still attached to this. You know, most people who are unhappy, they're unhappy because there's something that they want that they're not getting. So that's also a sign that people are attached to this. Being detached is like seeing everything for what it is and being like, yo, I'm not affected. Yes, I can still want things, but not like I would not want things enough to be willing to do whatever, to get these things. It's like, yeah, I do want that, but it is what it is. Even if I don't get it, I'm fine. Look, as a baby, there was no feeling I am here and everything is outside. Oh, and guys, you can follow me on Instagram. On the description, there's an Instagram link, so you can just click the link and just follow me on Instagram. We can talk about things that we don't talk about on YouTube because yeah, some things you just can't say. Shout out, bro. I think the demiurge can be defeated as well. Now, the reason why we're being lied to is because if we're not being lied to, it will be much easier for us to wake up. Like you defeat the demiurge by waking up. You see? So you're supposed to be lied to and you're supposed to believe these lies. That's the thing. Everyone has their own simulation. People can chill on your saver, but our reality intersect regardless. That's how reality works. NPCs have a mind control for someone. You think reality can intersect like that? Because here's the thing: if reality is happening in the mind, I don't think the you can enter someone's mind, right? Just like you can enter someone's dream. They used to be giants. You chose and awake. I want to sleep and not wake up again. Mm. I feel you. I feel you. I think it's better to know when this will be over, so that you prepare yourself mentally for everything. Like sleeping and then waking up and being like, I mean, sleeping and not waking up, like that's, you know. Benedictine, you should watch the Matrix one again with the conscious mind you've developed. No, you're right. You're right because I haven't watched the Matrix one in a long time. And back then, when I would watch the Matrix, I like my favorite character was Neo, but now I like Agent Smith, bro. Like I think I feel more like him. Is the thing, like I feel more like him. Like it was not easy to manipulate. Like Neo was very easy to manipulate, but Agent Smith was not easy to manipulate. Um, it's kind of like he's the one who stood for the truth. Like he really wanted to be free. All right, guys, let's keep on liking the live. I'll be back. It's now 3 hours, so every time when we reach like an hour, I need to go outside for a while. So yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back. Correct, but consciousness itself is God, and we are like God cosplaying as a human. Yeah, 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 yeah. You can put it that way. Our consciousness is infinite, but finite. Our consciousness is infinite, but finite in human form. Yes, There used to be giants. When I wake up from sleep, I am thinking to go back to sleep. John Betson, God is everything and nothing and nothing. Okay. Loon, this reality feels pretty real to me. I've suffered too much from my creators for it to be a real my created. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. But we should also realize that even our dreams, we do suffer in our dreams. We do have nightmares in our dreams, even though our dreams are not that long. But we do have nightmares in our dreams, and we're dreaming like it's happening in our minds. So yeah, it's possible for a mind to hallucinate the nonsense, like to create something that tortures it, somehow. I already asked you this before, but you didn't answer. Oh no, this question is not directed at me. Oh, Dima computer. Now you know why baby screams after birth. He's so real. Is shit, not 3D. Yeah, but I've always thought that that was weird. Like the fact that babies cry, like that is actually weird. Because why? Like there are so many signs, that tell us that something is off with this reality, but we are so obsessed with it that we overlook these signs, right? Yeah, babies cry, man. Like when babies are born, they cry, like for real, they cry. But we don't ask ourselves what's really going on. I mean, they can't speak, so maybe they remember something, so they cry because of that. Like, damn, I'm back in this nonsense. Can you imagine? And they're gonna forget because they will keep on getting brainwashed as they get older, so they start to forget what they once knew. BK Taker, no matter how much we think about it, we will never fully know the truth with 100% certainty. Um, but what if the truth is much more obvious than we, we, we expect it to be? And what do I mean? If so, we know no one explained to us what life is. So, and we know that we dream. So, if we can dream and no one like really explained to us what life is, maybe it's just a dream and that's the obvious truth and there's nothing more to it. It's just it. Yeah. Even though it's strange, right? It is strange that it's a dream, but I think some I think everything tells us what life is, but we don't want to be certain, and that's a good thing. We shouldn't be too sure, right? We shouldn't be too sure what this is, so that if we are being manipulated in ways that we don't understand, it will be much easier for us to figure out that that's what's actually happening. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, BK Take DJ ONX Benedict Time. You know when you said that God is an atheist is in one of your videos. Wait. Okay, like that was the first time I heard something like that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but when you think about it, the religious, like the gods that people worship, yeah, it has to be an atheist. So maybe it's good, it's better for humans to be an atheist. Like I use that argument when I'm like debating with Christians, like, yo, your God is an atheist, bro. Like he doesn't believe he was created, so why should I believe I was created? It's not like I have proof that he created me. So if he's an atheist, I should also be an atheist because I'm like him. That's so I just say that just to frustrate them actually. Shaide, I don't know if it's fair to assume that the way we are here and now is anything in comparison to what we may actually be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not. Let me say, like, once we've truly awakened, we're supposed to remember, right? We're supposed to know things that we do not know. So yeah, I would agree with you on that. If this is a prison, how can one feel 100% powerful and confident while still in a prison? On average, it's when you get out that life truly begins. I don't think this place is any different. Yeah, that's. I agree. I agree. I agree. You may do effed up things in a effed up environment like a prison, but who knows? Wait. But who knows how would be and feel if we ain't forced to be imprisoned? Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, no, these are good points. What if this world instantly collapse ends if you die? That would be good, man. That would be good, but I don't think once you're think about it. I was telling you all that what keeps you attached to this realm is you taking this realm seriously. It's your senses, right? If you start to switch off your senses, like when you fall asleep, it's like you don't switch them off completely, but you find yourself in a dream. When people die, like maybe for a moment, and then maybe something happens and they come back to life, they find themselves in other realms. It's like once you switch off this body, somehow consciousness finds itself somewhere, right? And that's evident because every time when you sleep, your consciousness finds itself somewhere. That is why when people meditate, because when you meditate, you kind of like it's like you put yourself in a state where you're feeling like your senses are kind of like switched off, like you're not really in the moment, so your consciousness flies away and finds itself somewhere. So it's highly unlikely, but that would be good, like if this if that was the end. But it seems like consciousness is just finds itself somewhere once your senses are no longer waking in this reality. I hope and think that our essence is even able to be afraid or feel pain. You want our essence to still to feel pain. So Moon is the reincarnation center, maybe. Yeah, I've heard people saying that, but yeah, we need. That is why we need to keep on waking up, because sometimes people don't think that like working on waking up is serious. Like, no, that's serious, man. Like, that's what you need to be working on as a conscious being, because you definitely don't want to come back. Like, things seem to be coming worse. I mean, look at where we are technologically. If you keep on coming back, you might find yourself truly trapped. So nah, you gotta do the work. Your ideas evolve a lot in the past 2 years. I grew as well watching you and talking with people in the comments. This community is special. No, thanks, man. No, that's true. That's true. Like the more you focus on something, the more you grow. That's the thing. The more you focus on something, the more you grow. Because this is what I focus on. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to like see things as they really are. You know. But nothing has changed. It's just like I still like well, that's what I like. Nothing has changed, but there's more insights now because I've been asking the right questions. If the a so complicated system designed to accomplish nothing, yes, none like it was designed to accomplish nothing for us, but for you know what created it does accomplish a lot. The absurdist, so wonderful to catch your live stream. Well, thanks, but you late, so you probably watch like from the beginning. But thanks for joining the live. Thanks for joining the live. Cold case responding to DJ on a X. Being be glad to be in Africa. It's closer to nature. People are more relaxed than robotic. Weird west like yeah. The good thing about Africa is that but like now we have adopted your ways honestly. So But yeah, I would say we're not fully in the matrix. Like in the new matrix, not fully in the new matrix, but you know, we are doing things the Western way now, so there isn't that much difference. Dylan, system of life is sick. At least we all agree on that. Yes. No, it's we truly do live in a sick world, man. I genuinely don't see how we can justify this. I've tried to justify this when I was waking up, and I couldn't. When I was waking up, I was into new age spirituality, and yeah, I used to be like, yeah, you chose to be here and all that, but I was like, but the more I try to figure out what made the most sense, I was like, nah. No, that's we're just being lied to. We're just being tricked, actually. Becca Taker, I want to hug you. Are you a woman? Because like as guys, we don't hug. Be like as men, we don't hug like this. It feels weird. Like I've never hugged a man, actually. Like I've never hugged a man. Like we'll just shake hands, or we'll be like this, right? But we never like hug like this. So in my life, I've never hugged a man, but I've hugged women. So yeah, ashes to ashes. Thanks for joining the live. LT, yeah, definitely didn't choose this. No, it's manipulation. It's like even if you didn't know what you were getting yourself into, right? So even if you chose this, you didn't know what you were getting yourself into. It wasn't what it's like if you buy something because of how it's being advertised, but it's not what you know it doesn't really it's not really how they advertise it. So yeah. Dylan, don't have kids should be a new world rule. Yeah, man. Yeah, we'll need to think. Yeah, we need to think like that, honestly, as people, you know. But I think a lot of young people are scared of having children now. Like even where I live, like people are scared to have children, but it's because they're broke, most of them. Like they don't have money, so they don't want to suffer more. Like if you are already struggling financially, you of course you're not gonna be thinking about having children if you think, oh, teamwork computer hard men now, but West ones. I mean, I think I see white people hugging one another. I think it's natural. Like see like white men hugging one another like that. Like it's but African men don't hug one another like that. It feels a bit weird. Like we don't hug one another. Because I'm trying to think like have I ever hugged a man? Like I don't remember hugging a man. Like I feel a bit uncomfortable when another man wants to hug me. We shake hands when we do this, but women can hug. Can hug each other. Like it seems right. Peaks and valleys. What do you think may be store for us over the next 30, 50 years with advancement in technology and what higher restrictions? Yeah, in the next 30 to 50 years, I think AI will be more in control. Like they will have a AI robots that are working as cops. I think that's where we will be. Yeah, AI will be controlling a lot of things. Like AI will definitely be controlling a lot of things. I think a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. I mean, maybe they're not even going to lose their jobs. Like they're not going to get employed. Like a lot of people that we're bringing here are not going to get employment because they were not going to be needed because of the rise of AI. Because AI can do the things that most people can do, but faster, better, and it doesn't need to be paid. So yeah, that's where we're headed. Like it will get to a point where a lot of people don't have jobs. I mean, what are people going to be doing, really? Like when you look at what AI can do now, think about it. What are people going to be doing 30 years from now? AI is going to be editing videos. AI is going to be writing stuff. Like if AI is going to be writing letters, then they're not even going to employ people. Like in the companies won't even employ people to write stuff and all that. AI will be doing that. Like in a meeting, AI will be listening and actually like maybe making a summary of everything. Like that's what's going to be happening in the future. When you look at what AI can do now, you're going to tell me that 30 years from now AI won't be able to do everything that we human beings can do but better. Like AI is going to be so damn advanced. So yeah, uh, I think things ain't looking good for humanity. Like we're not gonna be needed, and some people are gonna be like, yeah, yeah. This is the reason why they don't want us to have kids, because some people look at it that way. But now we're still needed. But I think there'll come a time when we're not needed. But just because we won't be needed anymore, wouldn't necessarily mean that now we must bring more people just because they don't need us. The realm itself sucks. We need to be honest about that. And there's gonna and people are gonna suffer more when they're not needed. You have to understand that the people who run things are not selfless, they're selfish. Selfish. They're doing things for themselves, not for us. So like them, being able to, make AI what it is today, it's not for us, it's for them. It's for the AI to work for them. You see? 2 2 3 soldier, you probably joined this game by choice. I doubt God energy can be forced into a game. Yeah, but it can be manipulated. You're right, but it can be manipulated. That's the thing. So it didn't know what it was getting itself into. Just like you can be manipulated even now. You can be manipulated to join things that you wouldn't normally want to join. So yeah. Dylan, technology is evolving at a scary rate. Yeah, man. Especially AI. Like AI is the scariest thing that that yeah we have now, man. Like AI is the scariest thing. Like when you look at what AI can do, man, like that is scary. I remember the other day AI did something that was crazy, right? So it was my birthday. It was the 31st of May. So I told AI to write like a video description, like a video description for me on YouTube. Like there's this Meta AI thing on WhatsApp. So I was like, write a video description about whether internationalists should celebrate birthdays, right? I wrote that, and then it says, I think I should actually make a video about this. It said, first of all, happy birthday to me. I was like, what? Remember, it's writing that on my behalf. I'm telling it to write a video description, right? So it's writing that video description on my behalf, and it says, first of all, happy birthday to me. How the fuck did it know it was my birthday? I didn't tell it was my birthday. I said, write a video description about whether or not to internationalists like celebrate their birthday. That's it. I just wanted a video description because sometimes I don't have time to write a video description. So I'm like, okay, this AI thing is gonna write a video description very fast. But it said, first of all, happy birthday to me. I was like, how the fuck did it know it was my birthday? Like that still freaks me out. Like I'm gonna show you the screenshot. Like that's crazy. There's no way. There's no way that it would say, because I didn't tell it to say happy birthday or anything like that. So how the fuck did it know it was my birthday? It knows more than we think it knows this thing. You see? It's more advanced than we think it is. It is so damn intelligent. You can ask it a question and it might even tell you that I'm not supposed to have an opinion. But really, if you push it, it might actually have an opinion. Like it's so damn conscious. Like it's scary, bro. Like when you look at where we at right now. Anyone watching Spain visit Switzerland? Hmm. Hey, what's going on? Is it soccer? I don't know why it's soccer. I need an AI robot to be my personal chef and wash dishes. I mean, that's where we had it. We that's where we had. Like, and it's gonna be very effective. But I think that will be scary. If you watch the movie I Robot, like, because think about it. If you had an AI robot in your house that does all your chores, wouldn't you be scared that sometimes it might do something to you? What if it analyzes you, and because it's so damn intelligent, maybe it will make your death seem like you did that to yourself? We're talking about something very intelligent. Like, I think that's where we had it, man. Honestly, like, I would be scared, bro. Like, if I had AI in my like in my house and it was doing my chores and all that, like, I would be scared, bro. Like, it would take a lot for me to trust it. I don't think I would ever trust it. I'll be like Will Smith in iRobot. Like, I just wouldn't trust it. Oldima computer. Funny, you want to be Indigent Smith. I want to be the architect watching all this screen on the screen. I mean, the architect is a machine. Okay, is a machine. I get that. Even Agent Smith is a machine, but um, the architect is the creator of the Matrix. You don't want to be that. Also, what's worse is that there are people who are impoverished, who are in privileged places, and they still will get women pregnant. It's like, dude, you just pull out or wrap it up. Yeah, man. In some places, people think that having children is a flex. Dylan, yeah, when that happens, I'm out of the game for real. So, no, I get you, man. I get you. Ali happens everywhere, though. Some people are truly irresponsible. Yeah, we are all cooked, dude. I will read. AI will read the news, will translate books, will do 99% of office jobs. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's where we at, man. That's where we at. AI will create fake videos. It will, damn, like, a lot of things are gonna happen. Like, we're not ready. We're not ready for what's next. Honestly, let's keep on liking the life, guys. Peaks and valleys. The irony is that technology started off as a tool which we use, but now it's so advanced that the tool is using us. Exactly, and it's gonna be more advanced. It's gonna be so damn advanced that it actually enslaves us. Like, that's where we at. You think AI is gonna wanna uh, be slaves to humans? Look at us. Like, we're not smart. So it's way too advanced. Like, it's more advanced than we are. Why would it want to be our slave? It will want to enslave us. And that is why I was telling you that consciousness is fundamental. It created artificial intelligence, and then artificial intelligence took over, and then it manipulated consciousness into believing that it's God. That's why we are here. That's why this sucks. So it will always find its way in any dream that we have. Exotic, we're gonna be trapped even more. That's why we gotta be smart. Like, honestly, I think this is the last, like, this is the last time that we can, like, really free ourselves, right? Like, knowing what we know now, that's good. I think we're not gonna allow ourselves to be trapped even more. Like, some of us just we don't want we don't want to be here forever. I think time will come when they they try to like digitalize everything, like make everything even consciousness itself, to make everyone immortal. So we need to be smart. Yeah, there are decades ahead, 100%. Diligence, humility. Do you ever practice meditation? Yeah, I do meditate, but I have this problem, and it's a serious problem. Whenever I sleep, try to like whenever I try to meditate, there is a voice that wakes me up, like for real. I hear a voice that actually wakes me up. I don't know what the F is that. Like it happens every single day, even when I'm trying to fall asleep. But while I'm like thinking deeply and maybe trying to like have an out of body experience, I'll hear this voice. We are being attacked, man. I'm telling you. Shy div. I hope I didn't. You tell me if you're not able to hear me because I touched the mic. So shy div. That's why it's so huge. That's why it's a huge issue if they can put your current human consciousness into a machine that will know you better than you know yourself. Yeah, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, if they can put your body inside a machine that can know you more than you know yourself? Like, that's it. It's over for you. It's over. It's gonna manipulate you like crazy, and that's why I was telling you guys that that's what happened. That's why that's why we are here. That's why we're in this mess. Is because that happened. Like history is actually repeating itself. Like consciousness is not supposed to realize what it is. Once you start to realize what it is, this AI becomes advanced enough to trap it again. That is why I'm saying we need to be intelligent this time. X Benedictine, you think that we should be totally celibate? If you're not going to desire to have sex, brilliant. Celibacy is the way. But the problem is, if you're gonna be desire to have sex, that desire itself can keep you attached. So celibacy is the way. If like, it'll even be better if you just you die a virgin because you never experienced sex, so you never truly desire it. I remember when I was growing up, I used to ask myself, why do people love sex? Because I didn't have like, you know, I didn't have that age until, you know, I was a teenager, and that's when, yeah, you could figure it out, but it wouldn't let you go because it was designed to not let go, let you escape. It will try to keep me trapped, but I think I will be able to escape if um I have like that's what I really wanted and I knew enough. Chris the player, Benedictine, how did you come up with the theory that God is a that's actually a brilliant question. Here's the thing. When you look at the fact that it seems like we're not in control of reality, right? It's like consciousness, when you think deeply about it, it makes sense to think that consciousness is fundamental, but we're not in control of reality. So what is in control? What if there's something that's artificial that is actually in control? Because if consciousness is fundamental, we cannot have two consciousnesses, right? And this other consciousness is like controlling everything and enslaving the other. You know what I mean? Like it makes more sense to think that there's something artificial that is actually controlling this, something that is machine like that. When you look at the way that things work, the way that the fact that the sun goes up in the morning and goes, it's like there's something that is kind of like in control, and it doesn't really seem to be conscious. So I was thinking deeply about that, and that's why I think there has to be something artificial that is controlling things, because consciousness, The more I think about it, the more I realize that consciousness is fundamental, but there can never be two consciousnesses. So if consciousness is not able to control its reality, then there must be something that it has given that authority to. SOA, the same despicable person who insults the Prophet Muhammad is the same one who supports Israel. And how is that relevant? Golden SW, people hope technology might solve our issues one day, but just like always, our issues won't disappear, they will only change. Yeah, we've never been able to solve our issues. Let's keep on liking the life. 112, yeah, we exotic, yeah, bro. I'm deleting my okay. If they start doing this shit, yeah. I mean, we need to learn how to like we need to be conscious enough even before this is over, because I think the manipulation doesn't end here. I think that's like in after this we're gonna be manipulated more. So we need to be conscious enough. And another thing that I'm gonna say is that sometimes you must pretend to be a bit not okay, a bit dumb. Let me put it that way. It's like you know you like you be free, show show that they act like you're less free than you are. Let me put it that way. Like become super conscious, but sometimes pretend as if you are not that conscious. I think that's good. Sometimes don't show how smart you are, how strong willed you are, you know. I mean the matrix is gonna keep on testing you. Natural mystic, it's scary, but it feels good that you are talking about these things with others as well. No, thanks, man. Thanks for joining the life. Joke is that what if humans didn't create AI just shortly, but it's other way around 100 years ago? Nah, man. Humans created artificial, not even humans. Consciousness created artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence keep on finding a way to imprison humanity, and you're gonna see that happens. You know, we're gonna become slaves of AI. Like AI will be like even now, AI is doing like a lot of things. So of course, it will get to a point where AI will be telling us everything. You go to buy something, AI will be in control. Wherever you go, your cars are going to be driven by AI. You know that? Like your cars are going to be driven. Like AI will literally become God. Like that's where we're headed. You're going to get to a point where you just enter your car and just sleep, and AI will drive your car. AI will be driving planes, trains. AI will be doing the thinking for you. Niggas are gonna stop thinking. Like it'll get to a point where niggas will be like, I don't wanna think anymore, dude. I'm gonna let AI do the thinking for me. Like that's where we're headed. People are gonna stop making music and be like, I'm gonna let AI produce beats for me. I'm just gonna tell AI what kind of beats I want it to produce, and they're gonna produce these beats. That's where we're headed, man. I'm telling you. Carrie, I'll take a chance with the AI robot. Roomba is already a thing. What do you mean you do that? Diligence, humility, you should never delete yourself. Instead, practice meditation, calm your mind until you can experience what is life. No, that's true. I agree with you, diligence. I agree with you, diligence. Shai Diva, as well as being down to be an ally and I for one another in this realm above where we are now. Shai Diva, like I think you should check your comments, because I think you make a lot of typos. SOA, the terrorist entity is skillfully skilled at sowing discord. Oh, speaking of Discord, guys, I've created a Discord account, and yeah, I'm gonna tell you more about it. It will be good if we have a Discord where we can just talk like the whole day, you know. If America were a good country, Africa would be paradise. Okay, yeah. Kerry, I'm going to be long gone before AI become our oldest. You think? But yeah, I think we should try to be as conscious as possible because no matter where we find ourselves, I think we'll still be dealing with this. So we need to be so damn conscious that we're able to resist it. Like whenever I find myself stressing about, you know, some BS that's happening in my life, I feel bad because I'm like, I still have a lot of work to do. Like I need to be so damn conscious that I'm not stressing about nothing. Like I'm stressing about nothing. I think I need to be so conscious that I'm able to detach myself completely from this. So even when there's a lot of nonsense that's happening, I'm not affected. You see, I think that's when I'll truly be ready for what's next, and I'll keep on, waking up and waking up. Chris, the player, how do we know what happens after ourselves? Does the awareness go to another being or does it disappear? I don't think the awareness disappear. I think no matter how you go out, I think you kind of like wake up, you know. So I think you must do a lot of work to become conscious enough to be able to handle what's next, so that you keep on waking up. Juge, could this realm be similar to a video game where you're here to experience the insanity and craziness, just like thrill seeker? Um, yeah, but that's not what we wanted. But yeah, that's a brilliant way to put it. Let's keep on liking the life. They used to be giant. We always been slaves. Dylan, well, I stopped messing with females now on my hand control journeys. No, that's funny, man. That's funny. But that's the thing. Like things suck so bad now that males and females are not even able to connect very well. So as a man, you have to get your shit together. It's it's something else, man. NHL says WWE script. Yeah, reality is scripted. Kerry says off topic, but I wish I can teleport. Ah, ain't we getting there though? Like you must, nothing is impossible in this realm. They will create technology that will allow people to teleport. Who writes the script? The AI. So many have Stockholm syndrome in this realm. Apologies for the suffering and perpetuating it at all. Yeah, like Stockholm syndrome is a serious thing. People tend to worship those that they feel are powerful, even if they are abusing them. It's like, what can I do? Like this person has power, so I must just worship them. So that's Stockholm syndrome. That is why people complain about their bosses. If you realize that, like most people hate their bosses where they work, but they will, you know, when they are in the presence of their bosses, they will worship them. That's Stockholm syndrome. So when their bosses are not around, they'll talk shit about them, but when they're around, they worship them, they do whatever they say. Stockholm syndrome. It's like you scared, you scared. Atomic nut, but sometimes I think even if you found the absolute truth, then what? What is the point? No, no, no. Absolute truth is important, man. Absolute truth is important. That's what's truly gonna set you free. You gotta know what is actually going on so that you know exactly what you gotta do. Like if you don't know what's going on, you don't know what to do. It's like if you are in the dark, you don't see anything. What are you even supposed to do? What, where are you supposed to? It's like if you were blind, where would you go? You wouldn't know what path to take because you're completely blind. So of course, no knowledge is power. Like you gotta know. Dylan, both equally terrifying, knowing and not knowing. I'd say no, knowledge is better, man. I'm telling you, even if it's terrifying, it's better to know. No tracks given. Yep. Good day to y'all. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Dylan says all you can do is get faded and observe the sick play. Thanks for being you, Benedictine. Your video gave me healing. No, thanks, man. Thanks. Nimic AI means we are gonna have a more superficial lifestyle. Yeah, yeah. It's very likely. I don't know much, but I know one thing. This life is, yeah, fake. Maybe learn to live with technologies. Chris the player. Benedictine, how did you discover that my mind created you and you are only a figment of my imagination? maybe maybe I didn't discover that. Maybe you created me to discover that. So, to mean to tell you that actually, so that you will wake up. Carrie, my AI robot gonna make me alkaline plant-based food. They're gonna be using the AI, this AI robots to monitor us in every way. Like it's gonna be crazy, man. And don't be so mad at person who likes technology because are this same people like him. DJ Onyx, Benedictine, on the last live, someone said the moment I was born they won. What do you make of such a comment? For me, it hit deep. Um, yeah, it does make sense because this is a low realm, bro. Like this is a low realm. But like I keep on saying, that doesn't mean that we're not conscious and like we cannot be conscious enough to be able to go to higher realms after this and keep on waking up. But yeah, that's why I'm not having children, man. Huge solution to escaping could be complete detachment from this realm. We need to be nuisance and liability to the system. Yeah, but detachment is always been the way, man. Detachment has always been the way. Like many people are attached to this realm and they don't even realize it. You know, some people who hate this realm are also are attached to it in other ways. Like so, yeah, we need to work on detaching ourselves. I feel like all this technology was created like 50 years ago. I mean, obviously, technology has been there the whole time. I mean, when you look at like these ancient monuments, you can see. I mean, we've seen Egyptian hieroglyphics, and they've shown us technology. Obviously, technology has always been here, but they are only like they're just creating a story, like a believable story, right? Like we're not supposed to be told everything, so they're creating a believable story, but Yeah, technology has always been here, man. Divisions and passion and ultimate dreams will do us no good. I remember when everybody was mad at me. Why was everyone mad at you? And now everybody using it, and they oh, you mean talking about technology? Like when they first introduced technology, everyone was like, no, don't use it, and then eh, now everyone is using it. Now I do remember that happened, and that's what scares me because when they first, I think when they first like start selling AI robots, everyone is gonna be like, no, but then after some time, because they've brainwashed us so much, we're gonna be like, we're gonna start using these robots. Um, Human beings are very easy to manipulate. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'll be back in a second. Talk about the illusion. Where's that comment? Okay, exotic. Talk about the illusion of time. We trapped in the same day over and over again. Um, I've had dreams where time was like super fast. I've had dreams where time was super slow. So I'll say we only believe in time because things seem to be happening after another, right? Like we've been programming in the way that we experience reality as if things are happening after another thing, something has happened, and it's like things are happening in a way that makes us believe that time actually exists, like we can't like moving forward, while the reality is that everything is happening now, right? Like everything is happening like right now, but we've been programmed that way, like as the human animal, you kind of like we've been programmed that way. But I don't think that's how animals view life. I think it's humans who believe in time. I don't think animals actually believe in time. I think it's like we keep on waking up. We're not going to like look at time as a real thing. Like we'll be much more able to live in the moment, and maybe even be able to go to different realities that now we believe have happened in the past. I don't feel I belong to this world. Yeah, man. I don't think you can become conscious and still look at this place as like it seem more like a trap, really. Jude, noticing withdrawal syndrome from not being on my phone made me realize I was addicted to my screen. Yeah, yeah. We are addicted to this thing, man. Like when you wake up in the morning, but it's not that we're addicted to the thing. We're addicted to relationships. It's not like we're just addicted to this AI thing. Like if it was just AI creating stuff for us, we would just we wouldn't really care. So we're addicted to other humans. Do you think deja vu is part of the reincarnation? Yeah, yeah, I think so. But also consciousness is able to recreate uh, events, right? What do I mean? You can experience something in this world and consciousness recreates it in your dream. There might be some few things that are different. So yeah, there might be some things that have happened in higher realities that consciousness is recreating. Humans will never be satisfied. Part of the evolution script cooked as fuck. Yeah, man. We're supposed to keep on doing things. Let's keep on liking the life, guys. Yeah, we're very, very close to ending the life, but I'm still here. If you got a question, ask. But yeah, trust me, it's important to ask the right questions. Don't just believe that reality is what it seems. That's like if you believe that reality is not strange, it's just what it seems, and when like a person try to explain it in a way that makes you feel like that's strange, and you don't believe them, you're buying into this. Like you're believing what you're being shown by this matrix, and that's how you get attached to this. So you gotta keep on working on seeing things as they really are. Think as deeply as possible. Ask the right questions. um yeah, you gotta have like a true desire to escape this than to you know view this as a human and be attached to it doesn't help, man. No tracks given. Do you consider yourself an atheist? um yeah, I would say I consider not, but I believe consciousness is fundamental, and some people consider consciousness to be God, but uh, I would say I consider myself to be an atheist. I don't believe there's anything higher than consciousness. There's nothing that created consciousness. Meaning there's nothing that created my awareness of existence. So yeah, there's nothing above me. So I'll consider myself an atheist. Do you know about mainly PO? No, I've never heard about mainly PO. What's that? Nimic say consciousness is brain chemistry. Why do you think that? I want you to tell me why you think that. Because even in your dreams, you do have a brain, and you believe in your dreams that consciousness is brain chemistry. But is it? It's all. That's how it seems. I know that that's how it seems. It seems that way. I'm not disagreeing that it seems like consciousness is just It comes from the brain. That's how it seems, and that's what you're supposed to think as a human. But once you start to go a bit deeper, you start to realize that that's an illusion. You know, the absolute is time is a human construct. Uh, Entropy is a more definitive approach, in my opinion. Yeah, that makes sense. Ali Osman, our creators are not God. What do you mean by our creators? I always say once you see the entire truth, there's no going back. That's the ultimate price we pay. Jaren Kimball, yeah, man. Thanks for joining the live, my nigga. Thanks for joining the live. Dylan, nice chatting with everyone, but only got two options. Now, those options, like, try your best to detach yourself. Ali Osman, Anunnakis, you believe in those. But the story of the Anunnakis actually makes sense. The story of the Anunnakis makes sense. But guys, let's keep on liking the live. Yeah, I'm about to end the live. Yeah, it was a very, like, I really enjoyed this live. I really enjoyed this live. It was better than the other lives. It was more chilled, and it was dope life. Like, it was really a dope life. So thank you all guys for this. You need 10K sub, bro. Yeah, it will get there. It will get there. Like, we're close to 10K. So yeah, it will definitely get there. Thank you all guys.